So good morning, everyone, again, and we're going to resume from this slide, which talks about the mobile computing and the risks of home working. There are plenty of risks with regard to home working, and if we're going to into a role, we would be taking a look at the company's home working policy to see what the risks are to home workers and to see whether the home working policy has actually taken into account those risks. So one of the risks of people working from home is that the connection infrastructure, that is your home workers' routers, are not controlled by the company. That is a risk that if Timmy works for my firm, I work for the same firm, Maximus works for the same firm, Amma works for the same firm. One of the risks to the company is that all of our different connections from different broadband providers are not actually controlled directly by the company. They can't control my broadband. They can't control Amma's home broadband. So the fix to that risk is to create an encrypted VPN tunnel between the workplace and Amma's PC and my PC and Maximus's PC, so that when you're logging into your workplace, you connect to your network and then you connect to a VPN. The VPN is encrypted to reduce the risk of a cyber attack against the company, to reduce the risk of a man in the middle attack, whereby a cyber criminal or a hacker intercepts traffic between my network, my home router, and the company's router. So an encrypted VPN tunnel is created. So if you go to work in a small company and they're allowing people to access the company network without VPN software, you would be asking these questions. Have you considered buying VPN software or installing VPN software to make sure that you're able to provide a secure link between the workplace and the home computer? Another home working risk is that laptops or mobile devices may be vulnerable to theft, loss, or compromise of equipment. So what is the fix to that? Well, you encrypt the hard drives of any devices that are used to work from home, and that you ensure that your home workers are aware of the risks of working from home, including shoulder surfing, which is someone looking over their shoulder. Could be someone where your home worker is working on their laptop in a library, and they could have a shoulder surfer, someone looking over their laptop, over their shoulder and taking pictures of their screen. Someone could overhear their conversations on a train where they're ringing into the company. So these are risks of home workers. So we need to train our home workers as well. We need to also remind our home workers that if you have a token to access the network that you put into your laptop before you can actually log in, a smart card, for example, make sure that when you're coming into the office with your laptop, that you don't put your smart card and your laptop in the same bag in case your laptop is stolen, or in case you leave your laptop on a train. That means that someone has now got hold of both your laptop and the token. So we need to also remember to question how much training and awareness is provided to your home workers. External services. Well, we need to consider the security of any information being exchanged with other organizations. What happens when we exchange information with other organizations? Is that information encrypted? How does the firm manage information security within outsourced operations? So when we're outsourcing our operations to, let's say we're outsourcing our recruitment to a recruitment company, how do we actually manage information security? How do we make sure that the third-party company is actually securing our data to our required regulatory standards? And another risk, of course, is that when we're insourcing, when we're bringing that information back in-house, when we're bringing back our employee information in-house, let's say we want to change our recruitment provider, or we want to actually bring our recruitment back in-house, having previously outsourced it. How do we ensure that all our data is received back from the original outsourced provider or the original managed service provider, and that they actually delete all our data? How do we ensure that? So these are all risks that we would need to be able to assess and make recommendations to the business over. As an information security governance professional now. So we're not talking about being an information security architect. We're talking about being an information security governance professional or an information security risk professional. What are the legal requirements regarding third-party exchanges? Well, we've got the GDPR, we've got the Data Protection Act. So if you're exchanging data with third parties, Data Protection Act, GDPR, if you're processing data for EU residents, the Data Protection Act is applicable in the UK only. Human Rights Act, if you work in the financial services sector in the UK or abroad, you may have a financial conduct agency that you're required or obliged to take into account their third-party regulations. Official Secrets Act. If you work in the military, for example, then you need to be aware of that act. MiFID, Markets in Financial Instruments Directive, that again is something to do with that is a regulation to do with the financial services sector. Then the Freedom of Information Act, public sector related. So when exchanging information with third parties, remember, I keep using the word information because our business as information security professionals is to secure information. It's not to master technologies. Our primary business is to secure the information of our organization. If you're a cybersecurity professional, your primary business is to secure business information on technologies. Your primary business is not to master tools, master cybersecurity tools. Your primary business is actually to secure information that is transmitted using electronic means if you're a cybersecurity professional. So all of these regulations will need to be taken into account. You'll need to actually make yourself aware of all of these regulations, dependent on the industry that you work in. So when you're actually thinking of outsourcing information or sending information to a third party, you need to agree the protocols within a legally binding contract. So as a cyber risk professional, you would need to work with the legal teams in your company to ensure that any contract is agreed. So let's put this in practical terms now. As part of my last role, I was really involved, highly involved, and I enjoyed that part of my role actually in terms of outsourcing to third-party providers and reviewing and agreeing an information security clause. So the company would have loads of information to go into the contract from a legal perspective, but from an information security perspective, I was responsible for agreeing, negotiating and agreeing clauses to be put, information security clauses to be put into the contract. Like how frequently will you mitigate critical vulnerabilities? You can't store our data outside the EU. You must comply with the GDPR. So all of those clauses, and don't worry about this being solely on you, because if you don't understand those, I mean, if you have no experience in terms of contract drafting and things like that, you would still be required to talk to the legal team. You'll be required to collaborate with the legal team and with your colleagues in your team as well. So if you are going into a small business tomorrow, let's say you want to gain hands-on experience and you go into a small business, you could ask them to show you the contract that they've signed with their cloud provider, for example, about the storage of their data. If they store their paper-based records with an external company, you could ask them to see the contract. What contract has been put in place around the retention of those records? Have they got records with that provider that go back to 10 or 20 years? Because that is a breach of the GDPR. So these are things that we make ourselves aware of, and if we don't have, in many cases, you won't even be required to draft those contracts anyway. I mean, so they will have contracts, and your business will simply be to agree with the third party on any exclusions. Because sometimes a third party will come back and say, we're too small, the contract is not worth us putting in place all of those controls. Or we're just running a one-off event for you, so we don't need to fill in, to agree to all of those clauses. So it's a negotiation process. So organizations agree the protocol and all matters are then included in a legally binding contract, agree to common standards for processing and protection of data, and all are bound under the law to a duty of care. Remember, we said earlier that, in a previous session, that duty of care simply means that everyone is bound to mitigate any risks identified within a contract or within a service or within a system. So due diligence means that we conduct our research, we try and find out all the risks, we identify the risks. And then we have a duty of care to then go and mitigate those risks once we've identified those. So within managed services and outsourced operations, the idea is that we need to ensure that third parties will take the same level of care in protecting our information assets. So if we're required by regulation to secure our data, to a certain standard. If we're required to comply with the GDPR, for example, we cannot afford to then outsource our data to a third party that will not comply with the same standards. So we are obliged by our regulators to make sure that any third party takes the same care with our data as we are legally obliged to take. So in the contract, we may include provisions for regular assurance reviews or periodic assurance reviews. What do we mean by that? We need to ensure that in the contract, we include a provision that we may come and review or audit this contract or this service or this operation once a year or twice a year or so. So in the contract, we may also want to mention that you are going to patch critical vulnerabilities within a month of identifying them. In the contract, we will need to ensure that we include the requirement for the third party to have business continuity arrangements in place. In the contract, we need to ensure that we include staff vetting, a requirement for the third party to conduct background checks on their staff before hiring, on their information security staff and IT staff before hiring them. We'd need to include conditions or clauses on how they manage and report security incidents to us. So let's give an example there. With the GDPR, we're required to report data breaches. As a data controller, we're required to report data breaches to the Information Commissioner's Office in the UK, or if you're within the EU, I mean, to whoever your commissioner office is, required to report security breaches, data breaches to the regulators within 48 hours of having discovered it, of having discovered the breach. In your contract with your third party, you need to make sure that that same condition is included in your clauses. Because if they're hosting your data, they experience a data breach and they don't let you know for a week. As the data controller, you're already in breach of the ICO's regulation because you haven't included it in your clause, in your contract. Whereas if you've included it in the contract with the third party provider or the data processor now, then you can then actually evidence to the ICO that we included this in our contract and the third party did not report to us when they discovered the breach. In the contract, we also need to include clauses that will mandate the third party provider to not disclose our information. So it's about ensuring that the third party takes the same level of care that we are required, that we are obliged to take. So there are different legal obligations on us for cloud computing, especially for personal data and intellectual property. And with the cloud, it's really hard sometimes. We'll talk about the cloud a bit later, but it's really hard sometimes, especially when it comes to deleting your data, your company data, your corporate data, once you leave the cloud provider or you change cloud providers. So there are controls that we need to consider when we're leaving, when our company is leaving a cloud provider. Because what happens with the cloud is that they actually just give your company, unless it's a shared cloud, platform, they give your company space on a massive hard drive. They give your company space, a lot of space on a massive hard drive. Store your data there. When you're now leaving, even though you delete your data, that space will now be reassigned to a new company. And the same applies if you're using cloud like Office 365, or you're using OneDrive, or you're using iCloud. When you delete your data from the cloud, or you change cloud providers, or a company changes cloud providers, what then happens is that they then reprovision that space to another company. And that's where the risk of your data, even if you've deleted it, there is a risk that your data could be recovered by that other company, by the new company. That's why when we talk about encryption, we'll talk about encryption, and we'll also talk about crypto shredding, and making sure that when we outsource to a provider, actually, I'll say that now, when we outsource to a provider, to a third-party cloud computing company, we make sure that when we store encrypted data on it, or in the cloud rather, we don't store our encryption keys with the data. That is the most lethal mistake that a company can make, where they store their encryption keys with the data. Because when you're leaving the company, because if any cyber criminal were to hack into that system, or get hold of your data there, the problem is that you then end up, they have your data, they have the encrypted data, and they also have the encryption key to decrypt the data. So that is a big problem. Whereas if you store the encryption keys locally, then they may get hold of the encrypted data, but they can't access it, they can't read it. It means nothing to them. And when you now leave that cloud provider, let's say you were to leave that cloud provider, then you delete the data, and then you also shred the encryption keys locally, which means that even if another company were to now be provisioned with that space in the cloud that you previously occupied, even if they were to now be provisioned with that space and they were to attempt to recover their data, and they recovered your data with it, your encrypted data, they wouldn't have access to the keys to decrypt it. So we need to consider all of these, and that may sound very technical and all of that, but it's not technical, it's just good governance that we're talking about here, good governance. So legal implications for the cloud, including personal data, ensuring that personal data, that the company's personal data, your employee personal data, your customer personal data is not leaked, and your intellectual property. If you're storing your company's intellectual property in the cloud, on a cloud's hard drive, again, that needs to be encrypted. When I say intellectual property, again, remember I spoke on day one about an aircraft manufacturer. Their intellectual property is their aircraft designs, all their new aircrafts or future aircrafts drawings. Car manufacturers, their future designs, their future models, that is their intellectual property. And if all of that is being stored in the cloud, then the company needs to make sure that all these designs are actually encrypted documents, and that the encryption keys are then stored in the company, not on the same hard drive as the designs, as the encrypted designs. Because if a hacker were to get hold of the encrypted designs and the keys, that means that they've got access to everything. When selecting a cloud computing supplier, you need to take into account regulatory protocols. So what are your company's regulatory requirements? Again, when I worked in a company, in a legal firm, in a small law firm, a few years ago. They asked me to, take a look at cloud suppliers, but I first went onto the Solicitors Regulatory Authority simply because that regulatory authority, the Solicitors Regulatory Authority, had strict protocols around selecting a cloud computing supplier. If you're in the financial services industry, you can't just go and select any small cloud supplier. You can't simply do that. So you need to take into account regulatory protocols that apply to that industry that you're in. And then you compare the risk of a conventional architecture on-premise with the risk of a cloud computing solution. Some companies may outsource to the cloud simply because they don't have the staff, the skills, or the finances to host a cloud on-premise platform or conventional architecture. But we need to compare the risk of doing what we've always done with the risk of a cloud computing solution. And then we also need to be able to distinguish between the supplier risk and our risk. That is the data controller risk now, because we are the data controllers, and the data processors risks. So here are different cloud computing service models. We've got platform as a service. Now we need to remember this. So platform as a service provider supplies much of the platform infrastructure and other IT services, such as web application designing. So web app designers will actually use platform as a service. Testing, they can test using platform as a service. The music streaming services are a form of platform as a service. Online databases are also forms of platform as a service. So you're leasing the platform. You can simply lease the platform. A company can decide to lease a platform where its web developers can go in and develop, can just do web development. They can do testing, music streaming services. They lease platforms, online databases. Then we've got software as a service. The cloud provider just hosts the applications and makes them available to end users, such as Office 365, emails, CRMs. That uses software as a service. So you're just renting the software. The company is renting the software, but they're not renting the platform, because all the processing takes place on the end user's laptop. I use Office 365, and I'm not sure if others here may use Office 365, but with Office 365, you then have Microsoft OneDrive as well. But you're simply leasing the software, and each year you then pay for you pay a subscription, an annual subscription. Infrastructure as a service. This includes the entire IT infrastructure. So the infrastructure as a service, a company is literally leasing the entire infrastructure, so they don't maintain servers themselves. The cloud provider will actually manage the infrastructure, including load balancing or failover clusters, so that in the event that one server goes down, there's an immediate failover to another server. Infrastructure as a service also provides storage. So with software as a service, platform as a service, you're actually storing your data locally. If you lease Office 365, you know that you save your files on your local hard drive, unless you save it to OneDrive, which is always a recommendation that I make. If you're working on anything at home that's critical and you lease Office 365, please store your data on OneDrive. Make sure you store it on OneDrive, because if your laptop goes down or anything, at least you can log in on another laptop and access your OneDrive, and you have that data there. So IaaS, failover cluster, storage, server, and networking resources. So the IaaS model delivers infrastructure as a service to subscriber organizations via virtual machines, and examples include Amazon Web Service, Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. So these are areas that we can also specialize in if we want to. Cloud computing, that is an area of information security that we can specialize in, and I know that there are quite a few people on this session today that are cloud experts. Another interesting area. So recall this though, in terms of just remembering what exactly these different service models are. Platform as a service, you lease the platform, which is your web testing environments, music streaming services, they lease a platform. Online databases, software as a service, Office 365, emails, CRM, those are all software that you can rent from cloud service providers. Then of course you've got infrastructure as a service, and that is where you lease the entire infrastructure so that the cloud provider maintains your storage, maintains your servers, all your networking resources, and you just access everything over the internet. So what are the different benefits of cloud computing? We've got broad network access. You can access from anywhere. You can access from anywhere in the world where you are. You can access cloud computing, and you can access as many resources as you want to, as many resources as you can afford, or as many resources as you subscribe to. You've got rapid elasticity. What does that mean? You can scale up or down as frequently as you want to. So a company, let's first of all talk about an individual first of all, so that you can you may understand this. If you lease Office 365, or if you've ever asked Microsoft, for example, for OneDrive space, to increase your OneDrive space, or if you've ever asked Apple, for example, to increase your iCloud space. That is what is referred to as rapid elasticity, where you're able to just put a phone call, or able to access via, not a phone call, via a control panel, and simply say, I want to increase my space. Have any of us ever had a message, on our phone saying your iCloud storage is full? So you then just request more storage space from Apple. That is one benefit of cloud computing. You're able to scale up or scale down as frequently as you want to. I need 10 gig more hard drive space. So you simply or storage space, you simply just access your control panel and request it. And it's immediately expanded. Your space is immediately expanded. You don't have to wait weeks, as in compared to traditional computing, whereby if you need to actually increase your hard drive space, you have to go out there, buy more hard drive, and then you have to open up your computer or laptop and increase it. So rapid elasticity is the ability to be able to promptly increase your resources. Measured service. What is measured service? That simply means that you pay whatever you ask for. You pay for only what you use. So the service is measured or metered. That used to be called metered service, but Measured service, metered service, you pay for whatever you use, and no more, no less. And the beauty of this, of course, is that in a company where headcount is frequently going up or down, let's say, for example, we're talking about software as a service. You have a company where they've got 10 staff this month, and then they decide that they want to bring in 5 temporary resources, 5 temporary staff. They simply ring, or they go to their control panel, IT or InfoSec will go to the control panel of their cloud service provider and just request for 5 more Office 365 licenses. When they finish the project, the temp staff, they simply go and release those licenses, and they only pay for what they have used. So rapid elasticity, they're able to very promptly scale up or down. And then measured service, they're simply paying for what is used, or metered service, same thing. On-demand self-service, you just simply go in to a control panel and do it as you want. Yes, pay as you go. So I've seen a lot of people saying pay as you go there. So thank you. Thank you to everyone that's explained pay as you go. And then on-demand self-service, yes. So it's on demand, as in you simply go in there and you provision and then deprovision yourself. Reprovision and you deprovision yourself. When you no longer need it, you simply go and deprovision what you no longer need, and you just pay for what you have used. Resource pooling, well, if you're subscribing to a cloud platform, that means that you're sharing that platform, you're sharing all the resources that you may not be able to keep for by yourself with millions of other users. So you've got access to a wide range of resources that you may not have been able to pay for yourself, especially if you're using infrastructure as a service. If each company still had to buy their own storage, their own backup devices, that would prove costly, especially for small companies. Whereas once you sign up to the cloud, you may find it far cheaper to simply pay a monthly fee for exactly what you need. No more, no less. Just exactly what you need. Then we have software as a service. So software as a service, as we've said, is simply renting the software. Platform as a service, you're renting platforms for your online databases, for your online development, for your test environment, for example. And then infrastructure as a service is where you're renting the infrastructure, the hardware, the networking devices. Then we've got different cloud models here. So let's just go to the next page. We've got the public cloud. I think that's 2 pages away, sorry. We've got the public cloud, we've got the private cloud, we've got the hybrid cloud, and then we've got the community cloud. So public is where the cloud provider hosts everything on their site, and you are and then you are subscribing to this public cloud, and that's and most companies don't actually subscribe to a public cloud unless they're small. But public cloud is what we subscribe to as general members of the public, and some companies, smaller companies, whereby we simply just access Office 365, and that access is also provided to multiple other users, millions of other users out there. So that is a public cloud where members of the public that subscribe all equally have access to that cloud platform. And then they now segregate the data of each user using logical control. But there is a higher risk of the data mingling in the public cloud. I don't know whether anyone's gained access to my data on OneDrive, for example. So OneDrive is an example of a public cloud. iCloud as well, for those of us who store our photographs or images or anything on iCloud, that is an example of a public cloud. Then you've also got the private cloud, where a company may actually pay a premium to have their data segregated, hosted privately, on-prem or privately in the cloud, where they have dedicated resources. That is the private cloud. And then some companies may adopt the hybrid model, where they have some of their data stored in the public, on a public cloud, such as intranet data, information that is readily available, that is meant to be made available to the public, whereas their other information, their private information, may be hosted on a private cloud. So that is a hybrid model. And then a community cloud model is whereby you have community groups sharing similar interests, such as the university, for example, or NHS, National Health Service, hosting all their information together in a community cloud platform. So public, private, hybrid, and community cloud groups. What are the legal implications to consider when we're talking about the cloud? Again, we've talked about a lot of this already. Where is the data held? Where is the data held? Okay, the audio is acting up again. So what I'll do is I'll just keep my head still, I think now. Where is the data held? Well, again, we've spoken about most of this. There may be privacy issues if the data crosses national boundaries, if the data is processed or stored or backed up to outside the EU. Intellectual property rights, we need to consider if the data is protected, if our data is protected, and who owns the intellectual property once it's stored in the cloud. So again, it's important that we include in our contract the fact that we retain the intellectual property rights to our data, to our information that is being outsourced to the cloud. Remember I mentioned on Saturday about a gentleman who said that they misused the Google glasses or some form of some Google technology a few years ago. And so Google then said that they would no longer had access to all their photographs that they had stored on iCloud. And when they tried to challenge it, Google showed them that it was actually in the contract that they had signed. So always read the small print. But if you're in the workplace, it's not even a case of just reading the small print. It's a case of agreeing the contract. But as end users of iCloud and all of those on OneDrive, make sure you read the contract before signing up, before procuring any application or any cloud services, because if they're saying that they own all your data, and when you leave, that you will not get that data back, or if you breach their terms of use, you will not get your data back. You need to take that into account in terms of what exactly you store within the cloud. So cloud legal implications, who has the rights to the data? Make sure that you're considering whether there is a need for your third party, again, to subcontract part of the delivery, the right to audit, a right to change terms and conditions. If you anticipate that there may be a need to change terms and conditions mid-contract, you need to write that in the contract from the onset, because it will be costly if you choose to change the contract mid-term. And again, I've already mentioned, when changing cloud supply, you need to make sure that you include in the original contract a clause that all data must be returned and copies must not be kept. When you're considering a cloud solution provider, and this is a good project for any of us that may have access to a small business to go and talk to about doing some voluntary work with them. When you're considering a cloud solution provider, make sure that you select a few. And again, remember that not all companies will be able to afford AWS or Amazon Web Services. It's so important. And not all businesses will be able to afford infrastructure as a service, or not all businesses will need platform as a service. Many companies simply rent or subscribe to Office 365, which is a software as a service solution. So whenever you're going into audit, you perform a risk assessment of the different cloud solution providers. There's a project starting in the WhatsApp group for the Ladder Back Down's WhatsApp group. There's a project that's starting soon to try and consider the platform that we're going to migrate to from WhatsApp. Some people have mentioned Telegram, some people have mentioned other providers, but the first thing that needs to happen is that once all these different solutions have been identified, a risk assessment now needs to be performed. We need to consider the impact of a cloud-based security breach on our firms or on the small business that you may have the opportunity to go out and audit. So for the small solicitors firm that I worked with for a while, I didn't recommend Amazon Web Service or Azure to them simply because they couldn't afford it. So I first went onto the Solicitors Regulation Authority just to identify what the regulations were around outsourcing legal data. And then I identified a few smaller cloud providers, performed a risk assessment on each of these. So we consider the risk assessment, the impact of a cloud-based security breach on our company, the impact of the cloud supplier becoming unavailable. What would happen if this cloud supplier were to go out of business? Can the supplier meet our security requirements and our regulatory security requirements? What are the service levels in place? Need to consider any service level agreements, including how much downtime can we afford as a business? Now, if you're going into an established company, don't worry, because all of these questionnaires will be in place. So don't worry, but if you're actually just going out there now, based on what we discussed this morning about going out to gain hands-on experience within a small firm, or a firm or a local place of worship, you can go and do this anywhere, where you actually just go in and perform a risk assessment of their information security controls. Once you've done that, you put it on your CV. So service levels, how frequently can we afford to have an outage? Does this cloud platform need to be available 99% of the time? Or can we afford 95%? How frequently do they back up our data? Has this cloud provider experienced a data breach in the past? What privacy and confidentiality levels do we require of our data? What is the legal jurisdiction of where the data is held? Is the data for this cloud provider held within the UK? Will my data be held in the UK and backed up within the EU? Or will it be held in the UK and backed up in the US? In which case, that is a breach of the Data Protection Act and the GDPR. So you could then be asking this cloud provider, okay, what controls can you put in place to make sure that our data is not backed up or stored in the US? You're also going to be considering indemnity and liability levels. Okay, where does the liability fall in the event of a data breach with the cloud provider? But again, as I said earlier, please don't worry, please don't think this is too legal or this is too technical, because if you're required, if you get a job in a firm where you're required to do third-party risk assessments, you would also have the backup of the legal team and your colleagues. What are the risks of a conventional on-premise old infrastructure solution? And the benefits? Well, sorry, so not risks now, benefits. The benefits are that with a conventional solution, we have ownership and management of our own data, all our data and our services. We recruit our internal staff or our internal contractors, and we purchase or lease our own equipment. That is how we've done it historically and previously. Cloud-based, however, it's more flexible. Remember, we said that you can only pay, that you only need to pay for what you use at any one time. If you don't use it, you don't pay for it. You can scale up and scale down if there's a quiet period where you don't need staff. Let's look at the last year, year that we've had of a pandemic. If a company were with a cloud provider, they would have been able to decommission or give back to the cloud provider all their platforms, infrastructure, everything that they didn't use. They wouldn't have paid for it, simply because many of their staff may have been on furlough. So if they didn't need the license or the subscription, they would have simply just stopped paying, decommissioned within their control panel, self-service, and then stopped paying. So cloud-based platform, more flexible, economies of scale. You get access to a massive resource pool, massive processing power. If you've got, so if you don't have a quantum server, for example, quantum PC with massive processors in place, you simply just get that from the cloud. So you don't have to pay for it. And you've got greater expertise in cloud-based organizations because they hire, the best of the best. They hire experts to simply manage their infrastructure, which we may not be able to afford to hire in our one-man business or our 20-man business or our company. Now, what are supplier commercial risks that we may need to take into account? The supplier may simply go out of business, and then we end up without our data. I remember many years ago now, I attended a conference, and I was actually speaking at this conference, and this another panel member was saying, oh, that we have that their company had just outsourced to Egypt because they deemed that that was an emerging economy in terms of skills, outsource their data to Egypt. In terms of, and because they believed it was an emerging economy in terms of skills, in terms of data centers, in terms of XYZ. And I said at the time, I said, well, what happens in the case of war or something? I mean, that whenever you're considering outsourcing, you don't just take into account all these benefits. You also need to take into account political risk and economic risk. So there is a risk that a supplier may go out of business due to finances, but also due to political turmoil. Because about 2 years later, I attended another conference where another speaker was saying that they had just, war had broken out in Egypt by then. There was the Arab Spring. And this supplier explained, this speaker explained that they had then tried to get their data out of Egypt, get their data back, and they were unable to do so. This was a waste supplier, and they had outsourced all their data to Egypt as well. And they were now unable to get it back. So the suppliers face little risk. They may simply close shop, and then they may also have, you know, I mean, they may also say, well, it's not our problem if their data has been breached, as it's not their data. And the only comeback, well, mild or limited comeback that we have from that is if we've included in the contract that they are liable if they are breached. If they are breached. But that doesn't then indemnify us from our customers, because as far as our customers are concerned, they have entrusted us with their data, not the third party that we've outsourced their data to. So what is the purchaser's risk? That is a lack of control over information. Once we have outsourced our data, we yield a bit of control over the information that we've outsourced to the supplier. We need to also consider if the supplier has all the controls that we require in place. Then there's a risk that our staff, our technical staff especially, may actually just go and purchase cloud services without actually considering all of the legal and political and economic risks. If the decision to outsource and to purchase and to select cloud providers is left with our staff who are not business focused, who are more technology focused, that's where you get them saying, oh, I prefer AWS because it's got, because they use AES encryption, or they use this encryption, or they use that. So they're reviewing things from, they're considering things from a technical perspective rather than a business perspective. So IT infrastructure risk, information security controls, segregation of systems to reduce risk, segregation of the network initially. If you segregate your network, you can put critical systems in an area outside the DMZ. So remember I said on Saturday that if you have a publicly accessible system, that needs to be stored within a DMZ. So you have a firewall behind your company router. You have your company router, which sends all inbound traffic to a firewall. That firewall filters that traffic, sends information, so sends requests for information. So let's say you have an end user that is trying to access emails, Outlook web access, using Outlook web access. That is an external access to your Outlook email server. You have that. So what happens is that a firewall receives that connection request from the router, sends that connection request directly to the DMZ, where your email server, your Exchange email server is sitting. within the DMZ. But if the request for information coming from an external source is actually going to your HR payroll system, for example. Let's say I'm dialing in to my workplace network to try and find access over the internet, and I'm trying to find access, I'm trying to gain access to my payroll information for last month. That payroll system may not be in the DMZ, could be behind another firewall. So systems need to be segregated. Our network needs to be segmented as well to reduce the risk. We don't simply have a flat network where everything is freely available to access from the internet. We segregate our publicly available systems in a DMZ, and everything else is kept behind a further firewall outside the DMZ. So IT infrastructure, what do? We ensure conformance with security policies, standards, and guidelines. We create access control lists and roles. Access control lists, lists of every single user and their roles, including privileged users. That is your IT users, your information security users. And we ensure that we only give them role-based access on a need-to-know basis. We ensure the accuracy of any inputs of data and the ongoing integrity of all stored data. I'm not sure if Ayo's on here, if the same Ayo that asked the question yesterday about data management and data management policy is here today. But it's important that we have controls in place to ensure the accuracy of input and ongoing integrity of all stored data, including input. It's referred to as input validation tools. We ensure that we have the capability to recover from an incident. And I've said repeatedly that in many organizations, we tend to have the capability, and we often will test our backups, make sure that the backups have run every night or according to planned schedules. But what we don't do so often is we don't frequently test our ability to recover that data in the event of a data loss or a data breach. So again, if you're auditing a small site or a large site, or you're in a job, you can ask questions around, okay, how frequently do we test our recovery? Because you can rest assured, most companies will say, we test our backups. Yeah, we check the backup logs, we read everything every day. Thank you, Ayo. We read everything every single day. We read our backup logs to make sure that the backup jobs have run. But when you now ask, yes, and how frequently do you test the recovery? You find that most companies, most people will say, actually, we don't test that. We do occasionally test things when an end user says that they've lost a document. So they then restore that one document, or they may need to recover that user's account. But that doesn't assure anyone that in the event of a loss of the entire infrastructure, that we're going to be able to promptly recover all of our data within the agreed SLAs. So we ensure that we have that recovery capability, including backup recovery, and we retain audit trails. Separate systems, why do we segregate systems? And what are the benefits of segregation and joined up systems? Well, separate systems, more secure. As I explained there, if you've got your publicly accessible systems in the DMZ, then you can secure the non-publicly accessible systems behind a further firewall and with more stringent controls. Separate systems are simpler to manage. Now, what we tend to have is that a lot of companies have very complex infrastructures, and they're so complex that they're even difficult for the company itself, for the IT teams to understand, let alone manage. Why is that? Not because of a lack of will, but in some cases it's because they've got legacy systems. Their systems have grown over the years with insufficient documentation. So separate systems, simpler to manage, simpler to actually assess and to understand. Whereas complex joined up systems may actually provide business benefit, because that's where you have systems that have been developed for a long time. They're you know, I mean, they simply run themselves. They're integrated, and the business simply says, yep, single sign on to all these systems. I don't really want to change things. May provide business benefit because they're integrated. So let's give an example here. A company that's always used Microsoft. So they simply say, okay, anything we use here is going to be called, is going to be Microsoft. We won't actually use any single any other system on our infrastructure, because using Microsoft, you can integrate SharePoint with every other tool. You can integrate SQL, you can integrate Exchange Server, you can integrate everything with Active Directory. So there is a business benefit there. Whereas separate systems are simpler to manage and to assess for risk. There is another benefit of complex joined up systems. If you've got skilled Microsoft professionals, then of course, then they will, you know, I mean, they will readily learn newer systems because they will have transferable skills. But the question is the business benefit derived from having complex joined up systems justified by the increased costs, risk, and difficulty to maintain these? Because if you can't actually take each system and assess the risk separately, you may find yourself running into difficulty. So it's better to have separate systems which are simpler to manage and easy to maintain. And that's not to say that you should now say, okay, go and recommend to a company, I know you've got Exchange and you've got SQL and you've got this and you've got that. No, but get the best system for the job. Don't say because you've got a Windows NT4 server or Novell NetWare server in place, which is very old now, not even sure if they're still in business, that you're not going to migrate to a Windows server. Or because you've got Microsoft systems in place, that if there are any benefits to be derived from having AWS, that you're not going to consider that because you've always used Microsoft. Now, how do we ensure conformance with our security policies, standards, and guidelines? We need to ensure that the business and ourselves that we're actually conducting regular internal and external audits and reviews to ensure that all relevant controls have been identified, documented, implemented, and followed. And please don't feel I'm not an auditor. Start from the little knowledge that you have now. Just think risk. And you don't have to articulate risk in terms of the terminology that we're using here today, that we've been using. Rather think, okay, I've got my home PC here now. Okay, let me actually use another risk here. I've got my mobile phone here. I'm taking it into the kitchen because I want to go and do some washing up in the kitchen. What are the risks of me taking this my phone to the kitchen and putting it on the sink, on the draining thing whilst I wash up? What are the risks? Risk management is about thinking of simple things that could go wrong. Information security risk management is about simply thinking of things that could go wrong. You don't need to know all the terminology. It's just about sitting down and thinking, okay, my data's in the cloud there, or my data's stored on my local PC, not in the cloud. What could go wrong? I've always told people for many years, if you're doing your, you're in uni and you're doing your coursework and everything, send a copy to yourself every night by email. This was before the cloud. Email a copy to yourself so that in the event your system crashes, you will have a copy of your work, the last document that you worked on, last work that you produced in your email. So that is just thinking, risk, thinking what could go wrong. You can identify risk with your own PC simply by just sitting there and looking and thinking of your own PC. What could go wrong? And once you've thought of what could go wrong, all you need to do is think of, and what can I do to reduce the impact or the probability of that going wrong? So in the example that I said, okay, I'm thinking of taking my phone to the kitchen, do some washing up. What could go wrong? Because we're going to go for a tea break in about 2 minutes, we'll go for a 15-minute tea break in 2 minutes. But could anyone put in the chat window, please? What could go wrong if I were to take my my mobile phone to the kitchen to do some washing up? What are the risks to that? What are my risks to my phone if I were to take the, yeah, could drop in water, water could spill on it, I could drop it. So what could I do to mitigate that risk? Yeah, so the risks are actually that water could spill on it, I could drop it in water, it could drop, and then the impact would be damage to the device. I could crack the screen, yet the impact would be damage to the device, which means the impact would be that I wouldn't be able to use the phone anymore. So what could I do to mitigate that risk? To reduce the risk or the impact if that risk were to materialize, what could I do? Okay, so avoiding the risk means to, yep, okay. Yeah, so, okay, so everyone's now posting their answers here. And that is as simple as it gets. That's what a risk assessment is. Considering the risk and then considering, mitigating controls. I could not take it to the kitchen at all. That is avoiding the risk. Or to reduce the risk, I could keep it away from the workspaces. Don't hold it while washing up. I could put it on a top cupboard in the kitchen, which reduces the risk. Or I could insure against the risk by having insurance in place before today, clearly, having that insurance so that in the event the risk were to materialize, I'd reduce the financial impact to myself by simply just claiming for it on my insurance. So that is that is simple risk mitigation. So risk management is not difficult. Information security risk management is not difficult either. Just a case of considering all the things that could go wrong and then recommending controls to reduce that risk. So could we take a 15-minute tea break, please, and return at 11:30, please, if we don't mind. So I will now stop the recording and I will. So data accuracy. How do we ensure data accuracy and integrity? So again, this is for IO, if you're still here. So to promote data accuracy and integrity, we need to ensure that our software and database designs are correct, including relationships that have been designed within our databases. We need to ensure that code reviews and testing takes place before a system goes live. What is a code review? That is just a review which could be static or dynamic. A static code review is where the code is simply reviewed, but it's not executed when it's being tested. And a dynamic code review is where the code is tested before a system, before a database system or a web-based system goes live. Need to check the values input for reasonableness, making sure that the calculations and the formulas in our spreadsheets and databases are accurate. This is the role of some auditors as well. Some auditors are able to actually go in and check. Can anyone remember whether that's a gray box tester, or is that gray box testing or white box testing or black box testing? We said that on Saturday, this Saturday, we talked about those 3 different testing methods for codes, code reviews, testing. What is black box testing? That is where the auditor doesn't know anything about the workings of the system. Oh, okay, some people are typing, so let's just go in to see what everyone's typing. Okay, so white box testing is exactly what we refer to as dynamic testing, where they're testing because they have a knowledge of how the system actually works, what the values are meant to actually do, what the formulas are meant to calculate, what the outcome is meant to be, where they're able to test that 2 times 2 is meant to equal 4. Black box testing is where they simply just test to make sure that the system is working, but they don't actually test the reasonableness of the formulas or of the code. Black box testing, they don't test the reasonableness, they don't test the actual values of the input or the output because they simply don't have a knowledge. All they test is whether the system is actually calculating things. So they test to see if the system is actually working, but they don't test to see if the system is actually calculating and producing the right output. White box testing is where they simply test for reasonableness. Okay, if someone types in 2 times 2, does it actually produce 4? Or does the system now say 2 times 2 is 5? In which case there's an error in the code. Gray box testing is where they test both the functioning of the system and the reasonableness of the calculations and the values that have been input and outputted. So they have an understanding that 2 times 2 must equal 4, and they're then able to test that, to test that the system is actually calculating the 2 times 2 correctly. If it's not calculating correctly, if it comes out and says 2 times 2 equals 5, then that means there's an error in the coding. So when we're actually auditing for data accuracy, or as an information security risk management professional or auditor, we need to ensure that users understand the data and can identify errors, that users can actually, and when I say 2 times 2, that is a very simple calculation that I'm saying there. But you may have to audit complex systems or complex code if you're a code auditor, if you're doing a code review, and there you need to understand the reasonableness, whether you need to understand the output if you're a white box tester, and then you need to be able to ensure that users understand the data and that they can identify errors in the calculations. You audit the system to check for irregularities and data quality, and again, change management. You'd be auditing the change management process on what happens if someone identifies an error. How is it corrected? How is a code error actually corrected? Once someone identifies an error in the data or in the code or in the output, how do they actually flag this? And is there a change control process in place to ensure that not anybody can correct errors? Is there a change process in place to ensure that the error is not corrected at a critical time that could take the system out for 5 days at the end of the financial year? Or if the error does need to be corrected at that point in time, is there an emergency change control process in place that the business has implemented that could be used to promptly correct this error? Again, information security risk management and information security management recovery capability, including backup and audit trails. How much data can we afford to lose? How long could elapse before we identify an error? These are questions that we would need to be asking. Why do we need audit trails? Evidence of what happened and who did it. So we need audit trails because they provide accountability. Audit trails provide a compliance with standards and due diligence. So ISO 27001, many different other information security standards will require us to have audit trails and logging, L-O-G-G-I-N-G now, not log in, but log in with a G, will require us to have sufficient login protocols and tools in place. I mentioned a few tools on Saturday: Logarithm, Splunk, that you can go and view on YouTube. And once you've viewed videos of how to use them, put them on your CV. If you're sure that you understand exactly what those tools are and you're sure that you can use them and articulate your knowledge, put them on your CV because you've learned something there. Similar to if you've read it in a book. Audit trails provide evidence of what transactions were completed and need to be recovered. And they're a deterrent to an internal attack. If staff know that they're being logged, that they are being logged, then they'll be less inclined to do something that they shouldn't do. So logs are a deterrent and also a detective control. So they're a deterrent control and a detective control because they enable you to detect any unauthorized activity. Retention of logs is necessary for security, and we talked about that on Saturday. Make sure that we don't have our logs overwritten, every 3 months or something. Make sure that the logs haven't been configured to be overwritten every 3 months, when the requirement for the industry is that data logs are retained for 7 years or 10 years or whatever the requirements are for that specific industry. On the IT infrastructure, what other controls can we have? Intrusion monitoring and detection controls or methods, installation baseline controls to secure systems and applications. Do you remember what baseline controls are? What is a baseline template? Baseline template, does anyone remember? We discussed this on Saturday. Baseline. Okay, so a baseline control or template is a standard configuration template for all systems, minimum standard. Absolutely, thanks Toki there. So minimum standard for all systems, where a company could say all systems must be configured with Windows 10, McAfee antivirus, TrueCrypt hard drive encryption, and Office 365. That is the baseline. So a company will then install will install an image. They will create an image with those 4 applications on them. And then once they've installed, once they've applied that image to each laptop, so it will then take something like 15 minutes or so to re-image each PC. If the PC becomes corrupted or anything, all they do is that they reapply the image. They don't install the Windows again, and then they install Office 365 on top of that, then they install the antivirus. No, they simply put the image on the PC. Once they put that image on there, that is the baseline. And then for each different department, they may have applications that their department needs to use. Like finance may have finance applications. HR may have a few HR applications. So there are different baselines. So a baseline, an installation baseline control is there to secure systems and applications. And we need to watch out for the dangers of default settings. For those of us who came on the Windows 10 course, remember I mentioned that our router tends to be configured with a default password when it is sent to us, our home base router now, and indeed some corporate routers are configured with default passwords. And in many cases, we often fail to change those default passwords. So whenever a company is creating a baseline image, that initial baseline image, they need to make sure that they change that default password. They need to make sure that they change any default settings. If all ports are open on the system, they need to make sure that they close any open ports that should not be opened before they create that baseline image. Otherwise, if they leave a default password in a manufacturer's default password in the image, in the application. So let's say Windows, they're installing Windows 10 on the image. They're creating an image for Windows 10 or a baseline image. They're going to install Windows 10, which may have a default password from Microsoft, and a default admin password, should I say, and a default, and all ports are open. If they simply install Windows 10 onto their image software with all those default settings, that means that when they now apply that image to the entire corporate PCs, those default settings will be retained and that is a risk. So we need to watch out for those. We need to ensure that we have configuration management and operational controls in place where we identify all our configuration items, all our PCs, all our software, all our hardware, all our staff, all our devices, all our objects and subjects on the infrastructure, and that these are identified and recorded in a configuration management library, in a configuration management database, a CMDB, and that relationships between a subject and a user is adequately identified and recorded in the CMDB. What do I mean by that? So if I have been allocated PC 001 in the workplace, my name should be in that CMDB. PC 001 should be linked to me in the CMDB. Any printers that are in the CMDB that I have been authorized to print to should also be linked to me in the CMDB. My monitor should be linked to me. So we ensure that we have a configuration management process in place. And we need to ensure that we protect system documentation and promote security documentation within the organization where everyone is thinking security and documented. Anything that they need in terms of security that they're not sure about, anything that they need about security risk, ensure that we've got an intranet in place where users can ask questions, where we have a knowledge base for our users on security, on information security tips. So IT infrastructure controls, intrusion monitoring and detection methods. How do we actually monitor for intrusions and we detect intrusions? Got different logging techniques. We've got protecting log data. We need to ensure we protect log data. We've got monitoring techniques. We've got audit trails, sampling, clipping levels, traffic and trend analysis, network data loss prevention, and we'll talk about those here. What is the role of monitoring? Well, we monitor for accountability, we monitor to enable us to conduct investigations, and we monitor to enable us to identify problems. What is an IDS, intrusion detection system? I think I mentioned this on Saturday. It's a passive device. Passive because it simply monitors. It monitors for unauthorized activity or malicious activity, policy violations, and produces reports to a system. It produces reports focused on identifying possible incidents, logging information about incidents, reporting unauthorized attempts, identifying non-compliance with security policies, and it serves as a deterrent to users because they know that they are being logged and that there is a system that will detect any attempts of intrusion. Why is it passive? Because it simply detects, but it doesn't prevent anything. It will log information, report on information, report on intrusion attempts. But it is passive because it doesn't do anything beyond reporting. An intrusion prevention system combines the activities of a detection system that goes on to actually attempt to block or prevent and block unauthorized access. So it identifies the malicious activity, it logs the information about the activity, then it attempts to prevent stroke block any unauthorized access. It will reset the connection So it will drop the unauthorized access attempt, it will block them, and then it will reprogram the firewall to block network traffic from the source. You can actually program an IPS to block network traffic from the source. So if, let's say my router is identified as trying to access a workplace or another company or anywhere, and it's unauthorized access, an IPS will simply block that activity, block that attempt, and then it will now reprogram the firewall so that any future attempts from my router will be blocked as well, which is what happens sometimes when a bot, where your computer has been taken over by a hacker to be used in a bot attack, in a denial of service attack, where your computer is being used as a bot or as part of a bot net, which is a network of bots. And I'm only using this language for the any exams that you may wish to take, not for you to express at an interview. So if my computer has been taken over as a bot to attempt to bring down Amazon's web server, customer ordering server, for example, they will have an intrusion prevention system in place. They will have multiple, not just one. Amazon Web Service will have multiple IPSs in place. And what they will do is that the firewall would simply block, or the IPS rather, would simply block unauthorized access. And then it will now reprogram the firewall. The IPS will reprogram the firewall so that any further attempts to order from Amazon will be blocked from my computer unless I use another computer. And then the IPS will then report or send an alert to internal information security teams, if it has been configured to do that. The IDS intrusion detection system will simply identify that my laptop appears to be a malicious source that is attempting to do damage. It's attempting to bring down Amazon's web server. It will detect that, but an IPS will block that attempt, and it will also block any further access to, or any further and future access to, Amazon's web servers from my computer, or from our router address, really. So intrusion detection and prevention, audit logs and real-time events, detect intrusions, failures, violations. This is what they do. Active and passive response. The IDS is a passive responder. The IPS is an active responder because it actually blocks things, so it takes action. The IDS and the IPS are complementary to a firewall. IDSs and IPSs are host and network focused. So host-based IDSs and IPSs and firewalls are based on desktops, end user PCs, and that's it. Whereas the IPSs and IDSs network-based are based on the servers, the routers, the network appliances. So you have a firewall on your laptop or desktop if you're using a desktop at home. It's referred to as Windows firewall. So if you're using Windows, then you have a Windows firewall on your laptop. Again, we talked about this in the Windows 10 session, the Windows 10 security and networking session that we did a few months ago. So again, go on to the Ladder Back Downs page on YouTube and look for that video. So your IDS and IPS are complementary to a firewall, and they can be host-based or network-based. Knowledge or behavior-based detection, we talked about that on Saturday. Knowledge-based, if they know about an attack, if there's a signature file in your antivirus or in your IDS or IPS, because they will regularly download new signature files. They refer to as DAT files, DAT files, but they're also signature files. Every single day, your antivirus goes behind the scenes to update a database of known, its database of known malicious software. So your knowledge-based IDS or IPS, or your knowledge-based antivirus software, will block malicious activity based on knowledge, based on a knowledge of certain malicious software that has been updated in the database. A behavior-based IDS will block suspected malicious software. Suspected. If the suspected malicious traffic. So if the traffic or the information that is being sent to your system, or if the access is coming from an unknown address or a blacklisted address, then that will be blocked by a behavior-based intrusion prevention system. And someone mentioned on Saturday, someone gave a very good example of if you go abroad. You go abroad, you're not dialing in, you're not trying to use your card, your credit card or debit card from your usual location. Your bank may actually block that transaction. Your bank systems, not your bank, but their intrusion prevention system will block that activity first, because it is not your usual behavior to log in from that holiday location. So here again is further examples of knowledge-based detection, signature-based, pattern-based, good, and a knowledge-based detection tool, or IPS, or a antivirus, is good against known attacks, and it requires regular database updates. So the database will automatically be configured to go out there and update itself with signatures of known attacks. Whereas behavior-based detection is statistical based. There is a mathematical formula that the behavior-based tool will go through, and it's based on anomalies. If it recognizes that this is happening from somewhere unusual, you're accessing your bank account system from somewhere unusual, you're accessing the cash point machine, which is a system, by the way. Your cash point machine that you're accessing is based on, I remember about 8 years ago or so, I went to Woolwich, near where I live, and tried to access a Barclays bank thing, and they had Windows 95. It showed a Windows 95 screen for me, briefly. And so we need to understand that our cash point machines are also based on normal operating systems with all the firewalls and everything in place. But a behavior-based tool, detection tool, whether it's anti-malware or your IDS or IPS, it bases its detection on statistical methods or on anomalies, as in why is this person trying to access the system from an unknown or an unusual location? May produce many false alarms, because as we've just said there before, if I'm going to access my account from holiday, from a holiday location in Cyprus, let's say, that's a false alarm if I'm stopped, because it is actually me. I've typed in my passcode, I've presented my card, I've typed in my PIN number. So it will be a false alarm if I'm blocked. But it is a good thing nowadays because, you can't be too careful. So whilst it may be frustrating sometimes that we have all these different controls in place, it may be frustrating when you're denied access to your account from abroad. But unfortunately, it's not the bank's fault, it's the cyber criminals' fault. So here again, I've said most of this. Focuses on host attacks, dependent on auditing, software on a system, network-based IDSs or NIDSs. They're usually on a network appliance, focuses on network attacks, analyzes inbound network traffic, and it's unable to view encrypted traffic content, which is a weakness. That is a weakness of your network-based IDSs. They're unable to view encrypted traffic. So if traffic is encrypted and it's being sent in, the network-based IDS is unable to actually read what's in that document or that packet. We've talked about our baseline. So this is what's in there, your operating system version. Remember hardening? Does anyone remember what we referred to as hardening the other day? What is hardening? If we put that in the chat window. Hardening, what is system hardening? Just pause a minute. Shame you can't see if anyone's typing when you're in this chat window. Hardening, securing the network, how? What are we specifically doing when we're hardening a PC or, yep, we're removing unnecessary services and software that is not being used. So we make sure that we're removing any unnecessary services or applications that are not being used on our phones and on our systems. Yes, it is to secure a system, but we need to make sure that we remember that hardening is where we remove any unnecessary services. We disable any services on our servers or our PCs, or we remove any applications that are not being used on our systems or on our and redundant systems, but on our PCs and our mobile phones. Remember, I suggested that in many cases that we only use about 50% maximum of the applications that actually come with our system, with our mobile phones. So we need to disable any active content where we're receiving automatic weather update. And why do we harden these systems? Can anyone tell us why we harden systems? Why do we need to remove unnecessary services or applications or software that we don't use? Why do we need to do that? Disable active content. Why do we need to do that? If anyone can type that in the window, please. Yes, I'm going to actually re-record these videos and then put them on YouTube. So I'm just going to re-record in answer to Ola's question. But why do we need to harden our systems, please? They introduce to reduce processor usage. Yeah, that's a good answer. That is, and for speed is also a good answer. But from a security perspective, it's to minimize threats and to reduce any vulnerabilities. They may have vulnerabilities, yes, but the idea is that we reduce the number of areas where the number of threats basically to our system. The more applications you have on your system or mobile phone, the more opportunity is being presented to a hacker to access your phone. If you have 10 applications on your mobile phone or your system or your server or your operating system, then that's 10 potential ways of which you could be hacked into. If you don't need 5 of those applications, then remove them so that you only have 5 potential loopholes or 5 potential ways in which a hacker can access your system. So we harden to reduce the risk to our system. Yesterday, one of my sons said to me that I should install a banking app or something on my mobile phone. I've forgotten what the app was. And I said no, and he said why? And then I explained to him hardening, and he was just rolling his eyes, like, oh, here we go again, whatever. But the fact is that you're doing everything. The business that we're in is about reducing the risk, reducing every conceivable security risk that we can think of. And if you don't need those applications, if you don't need that service on, then remove it, turn off the service. The weather updates now, the weather update that automatically downloads onto your mobile phone or system, active content. There are risks with that. So if you can simply just go and Google weather, why not disable that service? Simply disable it. That is what hardening is about. It's about reducing the risk to your organization, reducing the risk to your personal devices as well. So if I don't need an application, I simply uninstall it from my phone. Sometimes we install an application for one-off use, and then we forget to uninstall it. That is an additional loophole of which, if there is a vulnerability in that application, you're just exposing yourself to more risk. So when configuring a baseline template, this is what InfoSec or IT will be required to do and to install on the PC and to take into account. So baselining, we've said that, create image, deploy the images as required. So here are the steps. Create the baseline system, configure all the security, harden, no default passwords. Once the system has been, once all of this has been taken off, then an image is created, and then that is then deployed to corporate laptops or to PCs and to devices as required. Many years ago, if you needed to install a Windows an operating system, you would need to sit there and just, sit there and put one CD in. When that finished, you then put in another CD. It used to be floppy drives. It was worse then. But then you put in a CD. You could be required to change 3 CDs, and then halfway through the third, it would simply say cannot read the CD, error, and then you'd have to start again. But now it's simply a case of an image. Even your PC that you bought that you're using at home. That's why they'll ask you when you first set up your PC, when you first summon your PC that you've just bought, they'll say, do you want to create a recovery image on a separate partition, so that in the event that the system, the image is corrupted or something's corrupted, you simply just restore from that recovery image. So what is configuration management? Monitor and control the configuration of devices and documents in the infrastructure original baseline. Make sure that change control is in place, change control is documented, and that you make sure that only approved changes are made to the baseline. So you need to work with change management as well. Make sure that all changes pass through change control, and that the organization, most organizations will have a formal change control process in place anyway, managed by IT. But for the baseline, any changes need to pass through change control. And then those changes need to be distributed and applied so that you don't get to a situation whereby half of IT is deploying Windows, what was the last one before 10? Windows 8, and half of IT or a different business unit is deploying Windows 10. So make sure that the baseline images pass through change control and that all changes are distributed and applied, and that the baseline images are stored in the configuration management database, recorded in the configuration management database, including version control. When an auditor is asked to go in, internal or external audit, they'd be looking at whether the configuration version that is in the CMDB or the configuration management database has been deployed across the business consistently, or whether some teams are still on a previous version. Security documents must be protected against unauthorized access and loss. So it's so important that they're protected against not just loss, but unauthorized access. So the risk log, for example, must not be given or shared with anybody and everybody. Must be protected and secured, and only employees that have a need to know what's in the information security risk log are provided with access. Pen test reports as well need to ensure that no one has unauthorized access to that. Security documentation. Some may contain controls and procedures in place to protect assets. So you don't want to give everyone access to that document, else you could be helping an attacker to gain access to the infrastructure. We read every single day about one company or the other being compromised, and I just wonder, what is the CISO doing, the Chief Information Security Officer doing? What is their information security team doing? So, IT testing, audit, and review. Methods and strategies for security testing of business systems. We can conduct our vulnerability analysis. We can do pen testing. Information security, so that is usually the Chief Information Security Officer usually defines the methods and strategies. So the application development director or head will also be involved, and any relevant operational staff will also be involved in defining any security testing, pen testing, vulnerability analysis. Why do we actually test? We try and verify the linkage between IT and administrative processes, making sure that what has been documented in terms of information security is actually being done on the computers, is actually being developed. We've talked about the different techniques for monitoring systems, audit trails, logs, intrusion detection systems, and techniques for the recovery of useful data from them. So again, that is a skill, that is an area whereby you're actually a security analyst, and your job may be to simply review logs to try and decipher what is happening on the network. Because it's one thing to have all this information from the logs, it's another thing to actually be able to articulate exactly what is happening on the infrastructure, to be able to spot those anomalies. If you work in a big company, loads of information will be coming in, and that's where they have to set clipping levels, thresholds for what is regarded as critical, as a critical alert, and what is not important. Because if you have this log that is showing you that is showing you 50,000 lines per minute, because you're actually monitoring thousands and thousands of PCs across the infrastructure. 50,000 log records are coming in per minute from across the network into the scene. You would need to have the ability to spot anomalies, but the business would have set clipping levels, which is what alerts are important. Is it after someone has tried to access, typed in the wrong password 5 times? Should that be logged as an anomaly? Or should it be after they've tried to type in a password, the wrong password 3 times? Should we be alerted when a member of staff has logged in from a different location to their usual location? So that is what a clipping level is. It's a determination of the thresholds for an alert to be raised. Should we set a clipping level whereby we say, if a privileged user has logged in after their normal work hours, if a privileged user, that is a member of IT or information security, has logged in outside their normal work hours, this should be logged and then investigated. So different techniques for monitoring systems. Now, how do we test CDs and DVDs and USBs for viruses? Well, we have a system that we refer to as a sheep dipping system. So please remember that for any test that you may want to take. You want to test a CD or DVD on a standalone system before introducing it to your network, to your corporate network. Then the business may have a sheep dipping system. And remember, I said on Saturday that sometimes that we tend to, see a USB stick and we think, oh, I wonder what's on that. Or we receive a USB stick from a conference we've attended, and we simply just plug it into our network or into our home PC, not thinking that that could actually contain malware on it. So the practice of testing, any device on a standalone system before introducing it to the network is referred to as sheep dipping. Why do we test systems? To ensure they're secure. We make sure that those tests and reviews are performed at regular intervals, making sure that all new threats or processes are being taken into consideration. Because if a company says, okay, that we test and review our security, every year, imagine the number of vulnerabilities that have been, identified over the course of the year. If there's a new threat, then check your systems, do a review. if a new vendor, or sorry, if a vendor that your company uses, like Sopra Stereo or SolarWinds, they were breached recently. If they've experienced a breach, then that is a threat to your organization if you use them. So conduct a review, do a review. So testing must be part of the ongoing InfoSec risk management procedures. Reporting. So if there's any testing and review, including pen testing, the reporting should be open and honest, and it should include any shortcomings. In InfoSec, there is a risk of InfoSec staff not wanting to report shortcomings because they think, well, I could get sacked for this, or I could, or the business might not want to fund, remediation. But you have a legal obligation to report any shortcomings to your internal, your internal designated officer. So reporting should be open and honest, highlighting all shortcomings. It should have detailed technical content, but it should also include a jargon-free executive summary, where you're not talking about the technicalities now, you're saying this is what this means for the business. This is what the risk is to the business as a result of these shortcomings. Or this may be an opportunity for the business. This report may actually be introducing an opportunity for the business to go to the cloud and save funds. So jargon-free executive summary, ensure the report is protected against any unauthorized viewing. Try and, if you're pen test report, try and tier the vulnerabilities so that you're reporting critical vulnerabilities, medium vulnerabilities, and low vulnerabilities, to give executives a sense of the priorities of what needs to be remediated as a priority, and ensure that the risk register is updated as a result of the report. InfoSec, everything to do with InfoSec has to be aligned with the business needs. It's not about yours or my knowledge of InfoSec. It's not about yours or my knowledge of all the tools in the world. It's not about yours or my certification. It's simply about the needs of the business. And if the company is failing to comply with procedures, including senior management, then it may indicate that there's actually been an inadequate alignment between InfoSec, between the InfoSec policy and the business strategy. So again, we make sure that we're reviewing alignment of our InfoSec policy in view of the current business needs and the future business needs. And that means that we ensure alignment with the business InfoSec policy and the corporate strategy. Ensure ongoing alignment so that when the business changes its corporate strategy, let's say it decides to pull out of a market. So Tesla, for example, and automated cars. If Tesla says that they're pulling out of automated cars, then the information security policy would need to be revised. So any recommendations or policies that have been drafted or objectives that have been drafted around automated cars will then need to be removed if the business is saying that we're pulling out of that business. If the business is saying we're pulling out of automated cars, then the security objectives that InfoSec has included in the information security policy need to be removed because the business need has changed. Why do we retain our system logs following monitoring? Well, we need to make sure that we retain those logs to detect intrusion attempts, to detect any hardware failures or indications that hardware may need to be replaced. So many systems logs do actually contain monitoring of resources. If you go to your Windows 10, if you use Windows 10, that is, sorry, if you go to your Windows 10 systems view, services view, you'll see your RAM usage, your memory usage, or your CPU usage. Now, in a firm, they will be logging server hardware resource usage, memory for each server, memory, CPU, and if any CPU is reporting that it's constantly at 85% usage, then there may be a need to actually replace that or to add more CPU resource to that server. Again, system logs are retained to gather evidence of wrongdoing and abuse of privileges. So you can be a threat analyst, you can be a vulnerability analyst. Many jobs in information security, you just need to decide, what do I want to do? Not just what do I want to do, but what are my skills and my personality really more geared towards? I enjoy technology. I started off as a technologist, but nowadays I really enjoy risk. Risk is my thing now. So I never apply for cybersecurity architect roles simply because it's not something that really thrills me. I don't want to go back to, doing architecture work if I can avoid it. But work out what your strengths are. Are you analytical? If you're analytical, then just go and start looking at role profiles for threat analyst roles and see what they're asking for and go and learn it. If you're more of a hands-on person, then you may want to actually go and see what they're asking for a cyber architecture analyst. But don't go looking for the most well-paid jobs, because it's not what information security is about. We actually live a life of service where we're serving, where we're trying to protect. We are security professional after all. So we're securing, we're serving organizations. We're police officers in a way, but not physical. We're non-combative. Well, we're not actually non-combative. I was going to say we're non-combative, but we are fighting, but we're fighting against cyber criminals, but we're just not deploying physical techniques. So don't go after the money, try and go after where you can actually render a service and get paid for it. There's nothing wrong in wanting to get paid well to live, but the idea is that we focus on trying to protect our organizations, trying to protect our own home information. So start from the home. Any security requirement specification must be risk-based. Regulators tend to supervise companies following a risk assessment. So when you're actually seeking to procure a security solution or tool or product or service, it must be based upon a risk assessment, not just a desire to go in and bring in the next or the latest new tool. It must be risk-based, based on your company, what they do, the sector, and in some cases the business unit. But it must be risk-based. It must all start with a risk assessment. There must be the involvement of the InfoSec team in system assessment, in the assessment of systems, the security of systems, and the assessment of any applications or any products that are brought into a corporate network. So InfoSec needs to be involved in the assessment of systems and in the assessment of software and products that are brought into a company, including open source software, which is a real threat to organizations. Open source free software. It's free, readily downloaded from the internet. But information security must be able to assess the risks with that software. And custom developed software. Information security must be able to either test, do code reviews themselves, or sign up for a penetration test of that application. I remember when NotPetya, it was either the Petya ransomware or the NotPetya ransomware. I attended a seminar in Paris once, and this was in 2019. And there was this big manufacturer, Saint-Gobain. They had been hit by a massive ransomware attack that started through a software application that they bought. They bought the legitimate software, for accounting software, and they executed the software, implemented the software, executed it, and then it introduced ransomware into onto their business. Now, let me ask a question. What is that software referred to as, where malicious code has been introduced into it? Let's just take a look. Check for rogue codes. Yep, check for rogue codes. What is a software that is that has got malicious software introduced into it? What is it called? What is it referred to as? There's a name for it. Yep, that's it, Trojan. Absolutely, thank you for that. So that's a Trojan. That is a Trojan where an application has been developed and rogue code has been introduced into it. What is a logic bomb then? A logic bomb? Let me just type that here. Oh, sorry, 1M. What is a logic bomb? Yep, that's it. Thank you. So a timed attack to occur at specific dates. So explode. Yep. Okay. Yep. An attack timed to occur at particular dates or specific dates. So like Friday the 13th, a disgruntled employee could install a logic bomb that is only triggered on every single day of the year, that is Friday the 13th. So thank you for that. So security needs to be involved in system and product assessment, There are security issues associated with commercial off-the-shelf systems, applications, and products. So, of course, again, we need to do our code reviews. And it's vital that InfoSec links with the entire business process, including the clerical teams, administrative teams, procurement, clerical procedures, and procurement. Very important that InfoSec links with them, because they are the team that actually go out there to help us to send out our questionnaires to vendors. They're the ones that place tenders, and they're the ones that actually lead in the contract signing process. So we need to ensure that we link up with them. Although if you're going into a big business, then of course those procedures, those link ups, and those relationships will already be in existence. Separation of dev and testing systems from operational systems. That's so important. They will always recommend, audits will always recommend, InfoSec always recommends that we do not have a live system being used by developers or testers. So there needs to be a separation of dev and support from operational systems. And what did we refer to earlier when we said that our developers can actually lease a service from the cloud? What is that referred to as? What do they lease from the cloud? Let's see there. Yeah, PaaS, platform as a service. Thank you for that. Well done. So the system spec should meet the business needs, operational requirements of the users, and the security architecture of the organization. So InfoSec is not in the business of saying, this is what I want you to use, and that is what you will use. No, it has to meet the business requirements. They tell us what their requirements are. We then go and we recommend various or provide options as to the solutions. They then actually select the solution, and then we perform a risk assessment. I can't simply say to the business that I use Windows 10 at home and I think it's the best, so you have to use that, when that might not meet their needs. Or I use Office 365 when that might not meet the business's needs or may not fit in with the security architecture of the organization. And it's a given now that security by design is a very important concept, along with privacy by design. And what our ICO, the Information Commissioner's Office, the GDPR regulation authorities are saying is simply that security should be built in at the point where a new system is being designed, where they're drawing up the plans on how they're going to build the new system, the new product. So for example, Alexa, if Alexa were being designed today, regulators would expect, privacy regulators would expect that security talks are taking place from the time that they're actually documenting what Alexa is going to look like. Same as smart TVs. Not that Alexa or Amazon is requiring users to buy an additional product to secure Alexa. So they're saying security by design, including with your developers. Security should be built in at the beginning and not added on as an afterthought, or not at all. Security by design from the design phase. And after a product has been developed or procured, then security needs to be reviewed to ensure that shortcuts haven't been taken when implementing the required security controls. And what could happen in some cases is that the security, the security team, security DevOps teams actually are constantly working with developers throughout the project lifecycle to make sure that they're assessing security or doing code reviews as the code is being developed, so that they don't wait until the end of the session, end of the coding program, and then start discovering errors. So they don't wait till the end before discovering errors. Acceptance testing. So when doing your acceptance testing, this should, users and InfoSec should make sure that they test that the new code or product has been developed or procured with the appropriate level of security. Because what tends to happen is that testing tends to take place with regards to the functionality, with very little consideration for security. Whereas whilst functionality is critical, I think security is equally critical. So each product must be checked to ensure that it is providing confidentiality, that the integrity of data cannot be readily compromised, and that the code will be available when users need it, that it won't fail, and that if it does fail, that it will be recoverable according to the SLAs that the business will have specified, service level agreements. You can use a malware scanner if the company uses one, and a source code review, if possible. When buying a commercial off-the-shelf product or COTS product, a company needs to make sure it's not pirated. Need to check for maintenance backdoors and check for bugs and malware. Now, what is a backdoor again? We mentioned this on Saturday. What is a backdoor? What is a backdoor? Could be vendor support. Yes, could be vendor support. Absolutely. What else might be a backdoor? That's a very good answer, because that is one backdoor. Yep, a path created by a developer to access a system. So I think I'll just take the top two answers there. So vendor support is a backdoor. A path created by a developer to access a system is a backdoor. Third-party software, or maybe a VPN, a third-party VPN could be a backdoor, but it's usually a link created by a vendor to, yes, or path created by adversaries, but it could be a link created by a vendor to provide support or downloads to your system. Like Windows updates, for example, those come in through a backdoor onto your system. If your Windows update patches is configured to update automatically, then there's one backdoor. That is one backdoor. Sometimes remote access, as we said, yep. So sometimes third-party remote access. Sometimes a developer may create a backdoor, including where they're working from home to develop a software for you. And then when they finish the project, everyone leaves that back door forgetting that it's actually open. So the developer continues to have access. So we check for backdoors. We check to make sure that a commercial off-the-shelf software is actually a legal copy, that it hasn't been pirated, and we check for bugs and backdoors, as we keep saying. We also need to check, when we're talking about business processes as well, is the product what the users really actually want? What are their security concerns? Have they got privacy concerns? And are they prepared to implement any security controls required at their end? So in some cases, you may require your users to update things at their end, update their system, patch their home system, if they're going to patch to a certain level, certain standard. Windows Service Pack 2, Service Pack 2, Service Pack 3, whatever. And you can actually stop PCs from accessing your level, from accessing your computer, using access control and authentication, saying, well, is not to this standard. That can be configured. Remember when we talked about different authentication types, type 2, type 1, type 3, and then we said, and there are some others, including location, where you're authenticating from. And you can also limit access based on the patching level of the operating system. And so you say that if your users, if your home workers' personal PC is not patched to Windows Service Pack 2, then the system cannot access your infrastructure. So are the users prepared to implement the security controls proposed? Again, when I think of another example, we talk about your local, your end users that are actually accessing the network using their own personal mobile phones. You may say that if a user wants to access your network using their mobile phone, that they have to have multi-factor authentication enabled on their phone, and they have to have a minimum of six digits for their passcode. Again, if the network is configured, the mobile device management tool is configured to block any access to a mobile phone that does not have a minimum of six digit passcodes on it. That will block users who are not prepared to implement the security controls that are required. So separation of systems, we've mentioned this, development, testing, and live environments are the norm. ISO 27001 requires security to keep the dev and the live environment separate. So you can actually have the dev and the test environment on one platform, but you cannot afford to have that environment together with the live system. You can't have the dev test environment for user training and developer training on the same platform as the live system. So systems development and support. need to ensure security of acceptance processes for authorizing business systems for use. What is the process for authorizing new business systems? There needs to be a process in place. There needs to be a control in place to ensure that IT can't simply come in and say, we're bringing this new system in and that's the end of it. Another department, the head of HR can't come in and say, I'm simply going to bring in this software with no assessment, with no vendor authorization, with no system authorization. So there will be processes in place in most organizations, but that's something that we may be required to come and work with it in an environment where, yes, they have got that process in place. There is a process in place. So yes, I mean, so Timmy said change control there. Yes, of course. So change control. Need to make sure that there is a process for changes to existing systems, and equally a process for authorizing new business systems, new products. And then there may be a need in certain companies for the accreditation of new or modified systems as meeting their security policy. You don't want to actually approve or authorize a new system, and then you find that it doesn't meet the requirements of the InfoSec policy, where you can't, for example, enable multi-factor authentication on the system. Or you can't do something that has been specified in the InfoSec policy that you're meant to actually be doing. Change control for systems under development to ensure integrity, the integrity of the software and the system itself, making sure that no unauthorized changes take place to the systems. There can be security issues relating to the outsourcing of software development because you're not within the environment. If you outsource your software development, you're not within that outsourcing company's environment, development environment. You're not there to monitor what's happening. So what can we do? What controls can we put in place around outsourcing software development? What controls can we put in place to make sure that they're actually developing, that they're complying with our security requirements? What controls? Controls for our outsourcing software development. And there's, yep, so we can say that they need to align to OWASP, but what controls can we put in place before outsourcing our software development? What do we need to do? We're outsourcing, yep, results of the testing, yes, so we can ask for results of their testing, but yes, that's it. That's the answer that I was looking for, that Timmy's provided. A vendor assessment. That is the first thing that we need to do. We need to do a thorough vendor assessment, and that's where we get to ask them questions around their about their environment. That is the key answer there, a vendor assessment, a third-party assessment. We're looking to outsource a third party, so the first control that we need to have in place is a thorough vendor assessment process where we can actually ask them questions or about their environment. So let's now move. Security testing, what does that need to include? We need to test for the effectiveness of defensive coding. So as soon as we've had our, we need to make sure that all our in-house developers are trained in the OWASP 10 vulnerabilities and in the art of defensive coding, where they're coding with defense and security in mind. We need to test for, when we're testing, we need to test for protection against malware, including the code injection and buffer overflow attacks. Code injection is where web attackers can inject code into malicious code, of course, into our systems, into our software developed. It's usually referred to as a SQL code injection or SQL injection, SQL injection. A buffer overflow attack is an attack against the RAM, against the memory of the software or the system. We need to test for the ability of the software to be backed up and for the data to be recovered in the event of an incident or a disaster. So we also test for access controls within the new software or system before the business accepts, before the business signs off on its acceptance. The final acceptance testing is not meant to be performed by InfoSec. It's meant to be performed by the project team and by the end users. So security testing is meant to be performed by InfoSec, but then the final acceptance testing has to be performed by the end users, by business management and by security assurance, to make sure that all security considerations have been taken into account and developed. Because InfoSec will have a general view in terms of security. Yes, they will have a technical view in many cases, as in, yes, I mean, it's got the antivirus, it's got this, it's got that, but the end users need to be comfortable that all their security requirements and other requirements have been taken into account in the development. Accredited or new accreditation of new or modified systems, or organizations that are accredited to a standard like ISO 27001 need to ensure that all changes meet that standard. PCI DSS, ISO 27001, GDPR, you need to make sure that any changes meet that standard. PCI DSS accreditation is usually performed by the accrediting body. Remember we said PCI DSS is for companies that process what? That process what? What is that? Can someone type that in the chat window? Just waiting for someone to type what PCI DSS is about. Okay, let me just click on that. Yep, card payments or payments. Thank you for that. Thank you. So applies to new systems and changes to existing systems. So when you're accrediting a system, then that will apply to, once you've had the initial assessment, then further accreditation will apply to new systems and changes, and any changes to existing systems. So if you make changes to existing systems or to new systems after your initial accreditation, then those changes will need to be assessed again, reviewed again. And ISO 27001, as we've said, periodic reassessments. Now it's 1 o'clock. If we could take half an hour and return at 1:30, and then we'll just power on and really just try and get ourselves over the line by 3:34. Well, we will have to get ourselves over the line by that time. But let me just pause this, please. Let me pause the recording. Sorry, just trying to post the recording. Okay. So change control. We need to make sure that there is a formal change control process in place to manage the risks of unintended problems being introduced by uncontrolled changes. If you don't have a change control process in place, then anyone can just make a change within IT and it breaks everything. So change control requires a formal change request to be submitted. When IT is making any changes, they submit a change request. What is then considered by the change review board includes the benefits of the change, the cost of change, and any changes, and then any risk that may be introduced by the change. They need to evaluate to make sure that further risks aren't introduced to the business systems by the new system that is being developed. Then the change can either be approved or rejected, or it can be, well, once it's approved, then it's developed. The change is actually developed in the system that is being developed, is actually developed. And then at the end of the development, after the change has been introduced, after the system has been introduced, please remember to ask if regression testing has been performed. So to ensure that no unexpected changes or risks have been introduced into the environment as a result of the new system. That's so important. When outsourcing software development, outsourcing can introduce new and different risks. There is a risk of the loss of intellectual property or trade secrets if you store your intellectual property or trade secrets and designs in the cloud, unencrypted. There's a risk of costly and time-consuming legal disputes over a data breach. And there's, of course, the risk of the introduction of malware. Systems development and support. We're assessing the risk of covert channels, backdoors, Trojan code, rogue code, using verification techniques, code verification techniques, our code reviews, code testing, dynamic testing, static testing. Need to evaluate the risk of security patches, making sure that those security patches do not introduce new risks into our environment. And sometimes Microsoft will release a patch and then even your home system ends up causing problems, doesn't work. And if you don't know that it's a patch that Microsoft has released, you can spend an eternity trying to find a solution to that issue that has just been introduced. So whenever your system starts blue screening all of a sudden, or something stops working, if it gives you an error message, there's nothing stopping you from going in, Googling the error message online. Once you identify what the error is actually saying, if it says that it's due to a patch, you simply go into your Windows control panel to your programs installed, and you uninstall that last patch. Uninstall that last patch to bring your system back to its usual state. Ensure that the business is using certified products and systems. And what is escrow? Well, escrow is a middleman or middleman service that helps to reduce the risk of loss of source code. So what do we mean by that? If you're outsourcing your software development, if there's a risk that the third-party company may go out of business, you get them to store the source code in escrow with an escrow company. And then you simply pay a fee to maintain that source code in escrow. So in the event the company goes bust, that is developing your software, at least you've got the source code in escrow. I'm not sure if any of us have used a service like Fiverr before. Fiverr, where you can get things developed for you, or you can get you can get marketing done, you can get anything literally on Fiverr. Quite a lot on Fiverr. Now, if you want to outsource something to a developer, for example, you want a website developed, and so you go onto Fiverr, Fiverr, you'll be required to, first of all, put your requirements on Fiverr. Then you now approach a web developer, for example. Once you've agreed on the costs, you pay that money to Fiverr, and they keep that money in escrow until the person delivers. Once the developers delivered and you have signed to accept their website design, then they now get paid. But what that does is that it then ensures that the developer gets paid once they've completed your work, and that you actually get your work as well. So no one ends up losing out. So escrow is used to reduce the risk of a loss of source code in the event the third-party supplier goes bust or becomes bankrupt. How do we prevent covert channels or Trojan code or rogue code? Well, source code review to identify any extraneous code. We do a source code review. Walkthrough, possible for short pieces of code. So we can actually just do a read through. That's what we mean by a walkthrough. We can actually just read through the code to check by eye if there's short pieces of code. But if the code is long, then you can use software for your source code reviews. So you've got an opportunity to just review using a walkthrough method or using software to check for problems and errors. How do we deploy our information security patches? Sometimes we may need to just deploy an emergency patch in the event of a zero-day attack, for example. You may need, if that's the business strategy and the business's change control strategy, that in the event of an emergency, we simply deploy the patch. We don't do any of these steps. We simply deploy and then we verify and then we review afterwards. But the normal method is, first of all, to evaluate the patch for your servers, for example. Evaluate the patch, test these, approve, deploy, and then verify that the patches haven't introduced new risks into the environment. The official advice is that there's less risk in actually applying a new patch than risk of the patch introducing a new vulnerability. And I totally agree with that. However, there is still a risk that the patch can introduce instability instead of a new vulnerability. As I said earlier, sometimes you'll introduce it, you'll have Windows Update configured, and window, and so it downloads the patch, but then it then ends up introducing a new instability, not a new vulnerability. So what is Patch Tuesday? Does anyone know what Patch Tuesday is? And who's the vendor that has introduced Patch Tuesday?
Microsoft.
Yep, Microsoft. That's it. So every second or fourth Tuesday of the month, they introduce their patches. But that doesn't, so they roll out their patches, and then if your Windows is configured to automatically install it, then it will. In some places, it's configured where the systems engineers will download those patches, you know, on Patch Tuesday, and they will then evaluate, test, approve, deploy, and then verify those patches. But Patch Tuesday is a date in each month's calendar on a Tuesday where Microsoft will roll out patches. If there's a critical vulnerability though, then they will roll out that patch sooner. They won't wait until the next Patch Tuesday before they roll out that patch. So when we talk about certified products and systems, some industries only use certified hardware. Remember the common criteria. So the certification is provided using the common criteria. And we can understand why some industries will only use certified software, clearly because of security. Nuclear industry, air traffic control, they can't go and just use any open source software from the internet for air traffic control. Then we've got our finance, Ministry of Finance, the US, FBI, defense, and the certification is through the common criteria. So remember that if you're asked for on your exam. Does anyone remember the ISO standard for the common criteria? Does anyone remember what ISO number it is? We mentioned that on Saturday. Is it ISO 27001, 23005, which is for risk management, or is it ISO 15408? Yeah, 15408. So that's very important. We remember ISO 15408, and that is used to certify products, software products. So whilst ISO 27001 is used to certify our information security management systems, 15408 is used to certify our information security products, our software. And there are 7 levels of software product, 7 levels of certification. For the military, for example, if it doesn't meet minimum level 5, EAL level 5, then it's not certified. 5 to 7, it has to be above 5. Whereas other software may be certified level 1 to 4. So what is escrow, as we've said? Applies only to custom developed software. So you can't go and put Microsoft software in escrow, but if you outsource your software development to a small third party or to another third party that is not one of the big ones, then you may want to consider escrow. Put it in escrow. So here are some physical and environmental security controls. Defense in depth. What is defense in depth? That's where you have multiple layers of security. CCTV cameras, fences, man traps. What is a man trap? That is a trap that you have sometimes outside data centers and places like that, where only one person can go through at a time. You know, those revolving iron bars where only one person can go through and then another person goes through. But you can't have two people going through those man traps at one go, so that nobody can just simply just race in or race out and take away a PC or a laptop or anything like that. General controls, including protection of physical sites, offices, cabinets and rooms. IT equipment protection. Extremely sensitive data centers should not be labeled. So the word labeled is missing there, so I'll put that there. Apologies for that. But extremely sensitive data centers should not be readily identified. You shouldn't have a big banner on your sensitive data center saying, Microsoft Azure data center or FBI data center, because that's an extremely sensitive data site, so it shouldn't be readily identifiable at all. And protection of IT equipment, we've got servers, routers, switches, all of those need to be protected. Non-IT equipment such as power supplies, cabling, need to be able to handle intruder alerts, deliberate or accidental physical events, and deliberate or accidental technical events. Because in many surveys, they actually suggest that most IT breaches are caused by user error, accidental user error. So not deliberate events, not by hackers, but by accidents and accidental errors by users that maybe haven't been trained in what to do. They're unaware of what to do. Or they may have been trained, you simply go and click on a link to a site that they shouldn't have clicked on, introduce malware, of which if we haven't got adequate controls in place, that simply spreads through the infrastructure. Clear screen and desk policy, clear desk policy. Many firms have this in place. So again, if we're auditing, we need to now just take a look at that and make sure that, that everyone is maintaining that clear desk policy. Moving property on and off site. Again, that's a consideration. How do we move property on site and off site? How do we make sure that when we're conveying our laptop to the office, that we're not allowing shoulder surfing, that we're not keeping our token in our bag, in our laptop bag? Here are different physical controls. Just read through them: motion detectors, video cameras, locked doors. That is clear. Work area separation, making sure that there are Chinese walls in place, making sure that people that shouldn't be seated together, segregation of duties, that is in place. That is a procedural control, but when we talk about physical controls now, how does that relate? Making sure that there are walls or cubicles between different teams. Technical controls, encryption, network access control mechanisms, access control lists, remote access authentication protocol, audit trails, burglar alarms. All of these are actually technical controls. Closed circuit TV, smart card access controls, procedural controls, background checks. Remember we talked about background checks? Checking a member of staff's background, making sure that they haven't actually been involved in any criminal activity, checking their credit history. Although I keep saying to people that whilst in the financial services sector in particular, they tend to do background checks on people's financial credit history, and make sure that they haven't been subjected to CCJs, and that their credit record is not poor, so that because they consider that if someone's credit record is poor, that means that they may hold a tendency to be bribed. But now with COVID, I think that a lot more firms will actually be considering, well, half the nation's credit history may have suffered through this whole COVID pandemic. So procedural controls, background checks, security awareness training, review of audit trails, supervisory structure, job rotation. So in some organizations, they actually do job rotation whereby they move people around every year or so to do a different job so that they can actually audit. Forced annual leave, not sure if that's here, forced holidays, where you go on holidays and then they review what you've been up to over, over the course of the year. Just do an audit. Protection of IT equipment, servers, routers, switches, printers. We talked about encryption, make backups and secure the backups. Disable USB ports, protect your printers, hard drives. Remember I talked on last week, the previous week, Saturday actually, I think it was, where I talked about the fact that we need to ensure that we're suggesting to our firms, okay, if you've got a multifunctional printer, an MFP, then what do we do to ensure that if an engineer comes to fix that PC or to even exchange the hard drive, how are we sure that they're not taking all our data that's stored on that hard drive away, our printer hard drive? Or what are we doing to make sure that when our printer, it's got paper stuck in it? So it's got paper stuck in it. We call the IT support to come and actually clear that paper clear the paper jam. How are we making sure that any sensitive information that may have been sent to the printer isn't taken away by the engineer? So all of these are questions and suggestions that we could raise in our jobs. Power supplies, key risk, key national risk actually. There's what we refer to as the Center for Protection of National Critical Infrastructure. And that includes protection for the NHS, the National Health Service, if you're not in the UK, National Health Service, utilities such as our power supplies and our gas supplies, financial services sector, critical sector. So power supplies, key risk, ensure that as a company that you've got dual supply from different substations to your infrastructure, from different providers. Have a UPS. A UPS is a generator, basically, a big generator that just gives IT time to turn off the servers in a graceful manner. So if there's a power interruption, a UPS will retain the power, and depending on how much you're prepared to spend for this, but it will retain the power on the servers for 15 minutes, half an hour, which is very costly now. We're talking about thousands and thousands now, but it will retain that power to give IT the time to go and shut down the system gracefully so that it doesn't just shut down suddenly and lose all the company's data. So that's what a UPS is. And then you've got your backup generators. Ensure that all equipment have maintenance contracts in place and that they're actually monitored and the components are replaced before failure, so that you don't wait until you've got a hard drive failure before you actually request a replacement of that, because by that time, there's nowhere, your users won't be able to work. Cabling can be screened by the IT staff to make sure that there is no electromagnetic emanation being intercepted, which is traffic basically being intercepted. So we recommend using fiber optic cable, which is what is used by telecom providers, for example, so that your neighbor can't hear your phone calls because you share the same cable linked to the terminal down the road. So they use fiber optic cable for a lot of external data exchanges. Data left on an unattended screen or desk is a vulnerability, a weakness. And the company's procedures should require that screens are locked and desks are cleared of classified information whilst unattended. Now, of course, they can actually implement technical controls to lock screens after 5 minutes or after 10 minutes or whatever the time scale is. That can all be delivered on, using technical controls. But in the meantime, there needs to be a policy that also ensures that users are aware that their data is not left unattended. Now, clear desks should be policy to remove all printouts from printers and not leave documents in unattended pigeonholes, including letters. So letters, when we're talking about information, remember, we're not just talking about cyber information now, we're talking about physical information. If letters are left out, there could be sensitive information in those letters. And the worst enemy of information, the worst device when it comes to information security is what's referred to as a fax machine. Not sure if anyone actually remembers what a fax machine looks like. Hopefully none of us use a fax machine in our company anymore. But what were the risks of a fax machine? Could anybody just post a risk of a fax machine? Risk of a fax machine? Does anyone remember what a fax machine even looks like? Risks of a fax machine? Okay. Yep, wrong recipient receiving the fax, or in many cases, the fax recipient would not be told when the fax was coming through. So you simply tell someone, oh, I'm going to send you a fax later today. So, just look out for it. The recipient, the intended recipient, just gets on with their work. They may even forget and go home. In the meantime, the fax is left unattended. Someone else may then end up viewing the fax and leaving it on. Yeah, it's not encrypted. So the message isn't encrypted. Nothing is wrong, or nothing is encrypted. Nothing is hidden. Anyone could receive it. Anyone could see it. The wrong recipient may even may be a colleague who reads it to see who it's for, and then they come and give it to you. And oh, here's a fax. But they've still been provided with unauthorized access to the information in the fax. The technology actually, Larry, was really was just it was durable, and the technology itself, I'm not sure if fax information was readily intercepted, but the main weakness was the fact that faxes would stay on these machines unattended. And unless you're ringing the person to actually say, look, I'm sending it now, could you go and wait by the fax, which didn't ever used to happen, to my knowledge anyway, then you've got a vulnerability there. The technology it's the process that is really vulnerable there. The technology itself is pretty durable, it stood the test of time. But in terms of the process So if you still use fax machines, you simply need to have a policy which states that the end user or the sender should always tell the recipient when they're going to send it, or if someone says that I'm going to send you a fax and you need to ask them what time, when, then you go and stand at the machine to receive the fax. Otherwise, there's a risk of unauthorized access. So overnight cleaners and maintenance people, of course, they have unfettered access to all our information assets when we're out of the office. Shoulder surfing, we then bring in screen filters, as we said earlier, to reduce that risk. When Timmy's ready, please make sure that you give us a shout. So we can mark our assets with indelible ink to make sure that even if we lose them, that we stand a chance of recovering them. We can encrypt our devices, hard drive encryption now, to prevent unauthorized access to classified data. If you encrypt the hard drive, then no one's gaining access to that data. And we've talked about the risk of being overheard or shoulder surfed when using classified data offsite. And InfoSec, whilst we can't really start frisk searching our users, we need to just be aware that printed material may be taken offsite. How do we reduce the risk of printed material being taken offsite, especially for leavers? That's a question that I'd like us to actually consider. How can we reduce the risk of printed material being taken offsite by leavers who are leaving and they're printing off valid work that they've done to take offsite? How do we reduce that risk? How can we reduce that risk of a leaver taking? Exactly, disable their access to printing. So once they've announced that they're leaving, you can actually say, okay, here's their notice period. 1 month before they leave, or even 3 months, disable their access to printing, disable their access to sending attachments to external locations. So do not overlook printed material being taken off site. Some contractors in some companies aren't allowed to print material off, even if they're there for 6 months, or send emails with attachments. So these are risks that we'd be required to contribute towards the management of them. Must be procedures in place for the secure disposal of documents, equipment, storage devices. We can't simply take our PCs and go and dispose of them on a dump or in our local recycling center for the workplace. So these need to be disposed of according to the WEE directives. Waste, it's a European directive, WEEE, I think it is, WEEE. A European directive on the secure disposal of any document, equipment, or storage devices, and printers, photocopiers, etc. Anything that may contain information. And there are security requirements in your delivery and loading bay areas, because very often we don't actually consider any physical security requirements. We don't actually consider that a cyber attacker could just walk in literally through our delivery and loading bay areas, or in areas that we throw our recycling or throw our papers out at, where the cleaners throw information out. That's what I mean now. Sometimes a cleaner may end up just leaving loads and loads of bags of rubbish on the, in the loading bay area, or in a back room somewhere, back room on the ground floor somewhere. And then you end up having someone just doing what we refer to as dumpster diving, where they just simply take the bags away and then just search through those bags for private or sensitive information. So dumpster diving. We need to make sure that our security, now physical security staff, that now reception staff, that they're trained in information security and information risk. I remember this happened, it was so funny, in a company that I worked with previously. And this wasn't theft of information, but it did, it made us all laugh, but it shows how easy it is to just steal anything. So this security guard, we'd known him for years, and he was downstairs in reception, and every single week, the company used to pay, the entire building used to pay for the carpet to be washed or dry cleaned or whatever it was. So a white van would pull up, they would take the old carpet, bring a replacement carpet, and then they would drive off. So they've been doing that for years, and then one day a white van pulled up, they took the old carpet away, never to be seen again. So they didn't drop any carpet, they just simply stole the old carpet right in front of the security guard and possibly other people who were in reception at the time. And that just shows you how brazen criminals are, including cyber criminals. Sometimes they can come and steal information under your nose. They could have dressed up as, so they stole a carpet, but they could have dressed up as refuse collectors and come and collected all the recycling downstairs and taken it off for to go and do what we refer to as dumpster diving, to go and check to see if they can find information to steal. And the security guard wouldn't have known any better. So physical and environmental security controls, we just need to ensure that we're on top of those as well. Disposal of classified information is a risk. It is a great risk. If it's printed out information, then you shred and shred and shred. But before you dispose of any classified information, there needs to be policies and procedures in place, drafted. And these need to be implemented and then audited. Paper may be shredded if securely disposed. Disks, the best way to get rid of information on disks is to degauss these. Degauss, which means that you wipe over with a magnet at least 7 times. Hard drives, and then that means that the data is wiped. But these are procedures for ensuring the secure disposal of documents. So again, if you're in information security, you would recommend, okay, how do, are we sure that we're actually just disposing of our paper files properly? Are we sure we've got controls in place to reduce the risk of XYZ happening, of shoulder surfing? Do we actually issue filters, screen filters, for staff that take their laptops home, and indeed for staff that work at home? The fact that I don't take my laptop from home to the office, but I simply work at home. My husband is not meant to see my work laptop. and I'm not meant to see his work laptop as well. So do we have screens in place? Do we have screens in place? So we've talked about all of this, deleting 7 times and making sure that everything is deleted according to our legal obligations. Here I've talked about the delivery, disposal, and loading areas. These are just things that we've spoken about that need to be considered as well. And when you go in and you start talking about, even if you go for a cyber interview and you start talking about the GDPR and paper records, securing paper records, you're saying much more than a person who is going in just talking from a technical viewpoint. You know, where you're asking questions about their delivery area, their disposal area, their loading areas. Have you considered this? Have you considered your data, your information in your files? Have you considered, do your staff leave the office with the keys to their confidential files hanging out of the file or of their filing cabinet? Because that happens a lot. Disaster recovery and business continuity management. So there is a relationship with risk assessment and risk and impact analysis. What is a business impact analysis? That is an analysis conducted by InfoSec or by the business continuity management team to determine the impact of a service outage on the business. Business continuity management considers the impact of a service outage or indeed a resource outage or a resource becoming unavailable on the business. A firm that had a good business continuity management in place would have been better equipped to cope with COVID than a firm that didn't have anything. Because business continuity management is about considering the impact on the business of any critical incident, whereas disaster recovery is about considering the impact on the business and putting in place controls to deal with an IT outage. So disaster recovery focuses on IT. Business continuity management focuses on a service outage, including staff. So I remember years ago in a workplace, I was responsible for working with the SLT on a business continuity plan. And one of the considerations that had to be made was swine flu. What happens if 50% of our staff were down with swine flu, including IT staff? So once we've got our DR and our BCM plans out there, then we need to maintain and test those plans. But again, this is an area that you could actually focus on, become a disaster recovery or business continuity management professional. But whatever the case, if you're an information security general person or cyber security analyst or information security analyst, the fact is that you go into a workplace, you're most likely to be hired into a workplace where they've already got these plans. You would just be required to improve it, thinking, okay, what can I improve around these areas? There is a need for documentation, maintenance, and testing, as I said, and very importantly, there's a need for links to the managed service provision and outsourcing. So if you're preparing a disaster recovery plan about your IT provision, IT service provision, you need to remember that some of your information assets may be outsourced, or you may actually be designing a DR plan that you also need to involve the cloud provider in. you may need to involve your cloud provider if you're planning. Well, you will need to if you've got your information at your IT outsourced to the cloud. When you're preparing a disaster recovery plan, you need to involve your outsourced cloud provider. You can't prepare one without them. And again, you need a secure off-site storage of vital material. What sort of vital material might you need to secure off-site for the eventuality of a business interruption or an IT interruption? Let's just have a few responses in the chat window. What material might you need to secure off-site for the eventuality of a disaster, of an IT or service interruption? Any takers? What might you need to secure off-site? What material for the eventuality of a outage, or the DR outage, or IT outage, or business continuity outage? Risk assessment servers. Oh, okay, so what might we need to secure off-site? The servers may be off-site already, or they may be on-site. Email backups and data backups. Yes, we may need to have those stored off-site. Servers, we'll talk about, whether you have a hot site or a warm site or a cold site in a moment. Backup and recovery procedures. What might we need to store on site? Yes, procedures, backup and recovery procedures, so that the IT team actually know what to do to recover. What else? What else might we backup to? Absolutely, your key contact staff, your passwords, your process documents. These things are so critical, because when you now are in the middle of that disaster, you may need to contact your crisis or incident response team, and you need to have their contact details, because if their contact details are on the servers and on the systems that have gone down, or even in your backup tapes, that is not good enough. If all your passwords are on the system that has gone down, again, that's it. Phone numbers, passwords to those systems, process documents, how to rebuild the system. You need to have all of that stored in what used to be referred to as a battle box, and stored off-site, not on your location, because if the location is inaccessible, then that's it, basically. So yes, we store key contact details, and we may want to subscribe to an outsourced provider that will send automated text messages to all our staff in the event that there is an outage, because you don't want your BCP team or your IT team sitting there just sending a text one by one to Kemi. Hey, Kemi, sorry, the systems have gone down. Then sending some to Amma, sending some to Ayo, sending some to Kemi. No, you subscribe to a contact, to a messaging service, and they will do that all for you. But we need to have an updated incident response plan off-site, key contact staff that is regularly updated, because as people come and go, you don't want to have an outdated contact staff list out there stored securely, but out of date. Passwords, definitely, that's so important. Oops, sorry. So business continuity is about keeping the business running. So most often requires IT availability, but not always. So with the pandemic, It did require IT availability, but it was about making sure that staff were able to continue to run, and so making sure that the business was able to continue to run, and ensuring that staff were also safe. Disaster recovery is simply about recovering the IT systems to support the business. Before a DR plan can be prepared, or a BCP plan, or BCM plan rather, there needs to be a risk analysis again, or risk assessment. An impact analysis, what is an impact analysis? So whilst you're doing the risk assessment to identify what to do if things go wrong, and what the risks are, what the vulnerabilities are, what the potential impact could be, an impact analysis helps you to prioritize recovery. What system will have the most impact, or the most prolonged impact, if it were to be taken down, or if it were to go down, or if it were to be out? What one will have the most impact will therefore need to be prioritized when we're talking about recovering the system. So an impact analysis helps you to prioritize what system needs to be recovered first in the event of an outage or a business interruption. Again, before you write any plan, you have to conduct a risk assessment. Then we ensure that risks with similar impacts and remediations are grouped together. So here's an example: a data center outage or cloud outage can be grouped with an access denial because of a terrorist attack, because of a fire, or because of subsidence. Because all of this is simply saying that the data center is out. Whether it's access denied, whether it's out because there's been a terrorist attack, because there's been fire, or there's been subsidence, the fact is that the data center is out. So group all these risks with similar impacts and similar solutions together, instead of creating a separate plan for these. And what would be the remediation for a data center outage? What does anyone think might be a good remediation solution to reduce the risk? What does anyone think might be the group risk with similar impacts and solutions together? Data center outage, what do we think might be a remediation? What do you think we need to do to reduce the impact of a data center outage? What do you think we need to do to reduce the impact, specifically the impact of a data center outage? So our entire data center outage is down. What do we think we could do to reduce the impact of that data center outage? What would the impact be, first of all, if we just type in the chat window? What would the impact be if our data center were outage, were out rather, or down? What might the impact be? Anyone type in? Yep, service denial. Well, service denial rather than data loss, because if the data center is out, if it's down, we may not lose any data, but we would definitely not have any service. So access denied, service down. Now, the remediation, thank you, that service unavailability, yeah, that's the same thing. Cloud, the remediation, as Olakunle said, is cloud migration or replication. Because if you have got a replica of your data center in the cloud, you can almost instantly bring up your cloud platform and people can then continue to work. So you're reducing the impact, you're reducing the downtime basically. So you have a backup in the cloud and you simply bring that up. May not be instant because there will need to be some configurations in terms of your links and things like that, your network links, redirection of traffic, XYZ, but that is a mitigation. And if you have a replica, if you have a hot site, which is what I think Amma may have been referring to there when Amma said, yes, our servers. Yes, so if you have a hot site where you've got replica servers that are being replicated in real time, where the data is being replicated in real time to the cloud, most companies would prefer to actually have their backup environment in the cloud nowadays, because it saves them on having to buy bricks and mortar, a data center, a physical data center to actually to go to store the servers in. You have to buy a whole building, or part of rent a building or whatever to store your data in. Whereas with the cloud, you don't have to buy the building. The cloud service provider buys the building and owns the building. You simply rent space. And yes, of course, I'm sure that the cost of the building will be put into the will be to some extent replicated or clawed back in the cost of their service provision. But the good thing is that you're not paying the cost of the building on your own. You're not paying the cost of the servers on your own that you're renting in the cloud, the infrastructure you're renting, because that is what we refer to as resource pooling, where every single cloud tenant is actually just paying, is contributing to the cost. Yes, and Olakune said, yeah, more advantages than traditional data centers. Absolutely. So to mitigate the risk of a data center outage, or to mitigate the impact, you simply just send your, you have a replica data center in the cloud, or you have your primary data center in the cloud, in which case there's no need to actually have a data center anywhere else, because with the cloud, they replicate your data across multiple sites, and you could pay for it to be replicated across multiple jurisdictions if you're allowed to by GDPR. If you're not processing personal data, then you can allow the replication across multiple jurisdictions. And so that is your backup, basically. If one site goes down with Microsoft Azure now, they will simply just bring you back up on another site. You may not even notice. And that's why they refer to high availability, such as like 99.999% or whatever. So business continuity planning focuses on maintaining the continuous operation of business process, not business systems, business process. And it keeps the business operating on reduced or restricted infrastructure, ensures mission critical processes are not interrupted. So that's what we refer to as prioritization. Business impact assessment, you conduct a business impact assessment at the onset of your planning. And then you now prepare the business continuity plan. Now, what does a business impact assessment identify and document? Well, your key products and services, plus the critical activities required to deliver these, the impact or disruption of these activities would have on your organization, and the resources required to resume the activities. So your business impact assessment identifies and documents your key products and services. Any key products and any services that you have across the business. What are your key services? What might your key services be? Can anyone give us an indication regarding any key services? that we might have. Key services. Key services, please. Does anyone actually understand what we mean by services? Because that is a key difference between the business continuity and disaster recovery. What services might you have in a company? Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. So we've got online services, we've got ISP. But what they mean by business continuity? Yeah. So banks may have account access. You may have payroll services. Let's talk about our internal services. Customer services for banks. You know, I mean, the services and products that you actually offer your clients. They will be products. But services may include HR, payroll, finance, payments, invoice payments, and invoice receipts. So when you're doing your business impact assessment, you're documenting your key products, the key products that are offered by the business, including bank accounts, as Kemi said there. So customer service, your customer service products, the key products that you sell to your customers. But services now, we're talking about critical activities, critical services, such as payroll. Payroll is a critical service. And when you're now identifying your key services, you're looking at the critical activities required to deliver these, including the tools and the software and the hardware. The impact a disruption of the payroll activities would have on your organization. Yes, security monitoring is also a critical service. The resources required to resume the activities in the eventuality of an interruption to them. So when you're doing a business impact assessment, you're identifying and documenting the key products that the business offers and the services, plus the critical activities required to deliver these. One activity that I know with regards to business, to payroll, for example, is a BACS transfer. So you'd identify that is one activity. You'd identify what software is needed and what hardware is needed to deliver that service, payroll service. What would the impact of a disruption of your payroll services have on your organization? Well, the impact would be clearly no one will come into work after a while. If you can't pay them for 3 months because the payroll system and service is down, people will leave. So you consider the impact a disruption would have, which is people would leave, and then you need to consider the resources required to resume the activities, to resume the payroll service, or to resume security monitoring, as Olakunle said there. So that's what you're doing when you're actually doing a business impact assessment. So you then document what the impact would be for the first 24 hours, the first 24 to 48 hours, up to 1 week, up to 2 weeks. If this service weren't available, so if security monitoring weren't available, or if our customers could not access their accounts for 24 hours, 24 to 48 hours, up to 1 week, up to 2 weeks, what will the impact be? If our customers cannot access their accounts for 24 to 48 hours, what will the impact be on our business? Well, the impact could be lost customers that leave and they never return. The impact could be that their that they withdraw all their money from, so lost customers. Another impact could be compensation claims. So when we're conducting the business impact assessment, the first stage is we identify those services and products. Identify the threats, identify what could happen, and then document the impact for different times. And then you set the recovery time objective, or RTO. That is the point in time at which each of your key products and services needs to be resumed. You identify that by actually talking to the business, talking to the process owner, talking to the product owner. How long can we do without our users being able to access their account? So remember these definitions. The recovery time objective is the point in time at which this product needs to be resumed. First 24 hours, can the system be down? Can the service rather be down for 24 hours? Can it be down for up to 48 hours? Can it be down for up to 1 week? That is your recovery time objective. What is the recovery point objective? That is the amount of tolerable data loss. Tolerable data loss, or RPO, that is the amount of data that we can afford to lose. Can we afford to lose the last hour's amount of inputted data before the system went down? So let's say I'm working away now and the system were to go down. I would be saying to the business continuity team that in the event that the system were to go down at 3 o'clock on an afternoon, I can only afford to lose 1 hour's worth of data entry. So I can only afford to lose an hour's worth of data that I entered after 2 p.m. or after 1:39 p.m. So the amount of tolerable data loss is the recovery point objective. And you agree that with the business, and that will help to determine the frequency of the backups. If any of you use Word, Microsoft Word or PowerPoint or any of these applications, you'll see that you can set up your system to autosave. And then every 10 minutes or so, I think the default might be 10 minutes, you see this message, system saving, document is being saved. That is because the default amount of your recovery point objective, the default time is 10 minutes. And that means that if your system were to die, the maximum amount of data that you could lose is 10 minutes worth of inputted data. Set the minimum level at which the product or service needs to be resumed at. That is your service delivery objective. So when we say service delivery objective, so the whole process is to provide customers with access to their bank accounts, to save or withdraw money from. A service delivery objective, an SDO, could simply be saying that in the event of a disaster, or in the event of a business interruption rather, we would like customers to regain access to be able to withdraw their money within 24 hours. It doesn't matter if they're not able to deposit money, to save money, to deposit money in the account, but the minimum level that we want them to be able to do with the product or with the service is to be able to to withdraw their funds. So does that make sense? So the service delivery objective is the minimum level at which the product or service needs to be resumed at. And we can simply say that we can accept users only being able to withdraw their funds in the first 24 hours, while saving funds can wait for another 48 hours or so, because it's more important that they're able to withdraw their money than to deposit money. So setting objectives is something that a disaster recovery expert, information security professional, IT professional in some cases will need to meet with the business to discuss all of these. The recovery time objective, or RTO, that's the point in time at which each of your key products and services needs to be resumed. The amount of tolerable data loss, recovery point objective, I can afford to lose 10 minutes. If the recovery point objective is 0, then you're better off actually just having a cloud-based solution for backups, so that, and then a constant instantaneous replication of data to the cloud, so that if their system packs up, they just switch over to working in the cloud. Business continuity planning, we have to prioritize everything. Then we've got asset dependencies that we need to take into account. Remember in the payroll example that I gave you, I said that, yeah, there needs to be a BACS transfer. There needs to, and that the BACS transfer system may have will have a connectivity to a payroll system, the payroll software system, which will have a dependency to the employee database. And so when you're planning for a service interruption to the payroll system, you need to make sure that you're also taking a look at any dependent systems. Any dependent systems that may feed into the payroll system. We've talked about the SDO, the RTO, and the RPO, but what is the maximum tolerable downtime? That is the maximum time a business can survive without a system before there are irreversible consequences. So that is the maximum time a business can survive. Some companies will say 2 weeks. Some companies will say a month. But we need to agree with the business the maximum time that the business can survive without a system before it may need to shut. SMT needs to be actively involved in establishing and implementing business continuity management. They need to agree the BCM policy. The policy sets out the scope of the business continuity management, the business continuity management in the organization. It sets out the aims. So what do we mean by the scope? What does it cover? Does it cover people, systems, customers, or does it simply cover our external customers with no regard for our internal staff? Business continuity management, the SMT need to identify the activities that will be required to deliver the objectives. And it should be owned, like all policies, by the management board and regularly reviewed. When do we test the plans? Well, we need to review and test the plans whenever a system changes, whenever the business needs and expectations change, when the business determines, okay, that the priority of these systems has changed. When risks and threats change, when we're testing, we need to make sure that we're testing to ensure we have a workable plan, and that the plan provides what is needed, and that staff are actually adequately trained to implement the recovery in the event that they're needed or that they're called upon to actually do a live recovery. Management, they're responsible for communications to internal stakeholders, for ensuring appropriate training is arranged for staff, that all activities are completed, and that the initial testing of the first drafted BCM arrangements actually takes place, that they don't simply sign off that a document has been created, the BCM policy has been drafted, that we've got it all under control now, we've got a brand new document that we can wave around and show to regulators without testing it. Management must ensure that the policy is tested, and then they sign off once they know that what they've drafted actually works. When we're talking about ongoing business continuity management, we need to ensure that the organization's BCP and related documents are regularly reviewed and updated, and that we continue to promote business continuity across the org. The test program is reviewed and administered, that we continue to test the business continuity management policy and program, and we keep the program updated through good practice. Whenever we're considering business continuity, as I've said earlier, we need to include services provided by third parties. It's so important. It's so important that we include third-party providers. We can't just draft a policy ignoring the cloud providers. So when we're actually going out to send out a vendor questionnaire, we need to ask about their business continuity arrangements, write them into our policies, and then we make sure that our contracts include how we expect our third parties to contribute if we were to have a disaster, and ensure that ensure that in the questionnaires that we find out how they can continue to provide our service if they have a disaster. So we include that in our contract, in our clauses. Copies of the plan, we make sure that they're stored off-site during a disaster, or they're stored off-site before a disaster or business interruption to enable us to recover. We could back it up in the cloud. Non-digital records as well need to be stored off-site. Key staff and suppliers contacts, as Kemi said earlier. So when we're talking about disaster recovery, need to involve staff, suppliers, IT systems providers. There's a strong relationship with security incident management and cyber crisis management as well. For business continuity, please remember the standard is ISO 22301. So 22301 ISO for business continuity, 15408 for products and the common criteria, and then 27001 for information security management systems. Need to make sure that all staff involved with the BCM plan have been trained, because you're bringing individuals from different teams together to join your business continuity management team or incident response team or whatever they're called. You will need someone from the communications team that will actually be communicating with the press, communicating with internal staff, communicating with SMT. And in the plan, individual responsibilities must be clearly defined. And everyone should receive a general BCM overview so that they understand what their role is and what the team's role is in helping the business to recover from an incident. And for each critical BCM role, there should be a backup person. And then, as we keep saying, our essential third parties need to understand their role. Why do we do training? Training helps to reduce panic. We can do drills, we can do reviews, we can do walkthroughs. Walkthroughs are desktop exercises where you all sit around a table, the BCM team, and then just simply walk through or talk through the BCM plan. Tasks, responsibilities, and priorities need to be assigned. And we need to, as I keep saying, establish a main means and a main person to communicate internally and externally. With Talk, and I always like to use this example, Talk, when they had their cyber incident many years ago now, their CEO communicated rather poorly, and it affected their share price and affected everything about the company, their reputation for many years. JP Morgan had a cyber crisis, which very few people heard about, because Jamie Dimon, their CEO, went on telly and assuredly spoke to the press, we're in control, we know what's going on, we know what we need to do, X, Y, Z. So the most important person that needs to communicate about a cyber crisis is not necessarily the CEO. It's a person that is trained in communications, that can talk and provide reassurance to the media and to staff as well. You don't want someone just blubbering and, panicking through it all. I don't know what to do. We don't know, we're not sure, scratching their head on screen. Or someone that easily folds under pressure. And there must be an alternative means of communication. Many different alternatives. So don't just rely on emails in case the email system is down. And don't just rely on text messages in case there's actually a crisis or a business interruption that's affecting many businesses in the area. So all the wireless links are jammed. So have various methods of communications in your plan. Maintain communications with external entities, including law enforcement, your vendors, your clients and customers, public relations, and have a trained specific media liaison, as I said. Compliance with standards. So we've got many different standards for business continuity and disaster recovery. ISO 22301, as I just said there, for BCM. PAS 77, IT service continuity management. ITIL guide on service management best practice, and then the ISO 27000 series. So ISO 27001 basically. ISO 27005 is for risk management. Investigations and forensics. So if you want to be an investigations and forensics professional, I believe Larry may have suggested this on Saturday, but we've got common process tools and techniques that are available out there for conducting investigations, and you can learn those tools. Just go to YouTube again. There are legal and regulatory guidelines for investigations and evidence preservation, which I mentioned on Saturday, the chain of custody. And we need to ensure that we maintain relations, which our CISO may do, or information security manager, with law enforcement, including specialist computer crime units. And ensure that if we're buying in forensics and investigative support from third parties, that they maintain our confidentiality. Ensure that you're buying from a known and reputable third party. So we've talked about making sure that we follow the chain of custody, ensure that our team are highly trained in evidence gathering for expert evidence to be admissible, because if they don't follow the chain of custody, the problem is that they may end up rendering our evidence as inadmissible. It's expensive to train employees with forensic skills that may never be used, but the cost needs to be balanced against the cost of bringing in expensive forensic specialists in the event of an incident. Forensics is an interesting area as well. So what are the guidelines for investigations and evidence preservation? Well, do not change the evidence. Form a memory dump, which is the IT version of photographing the crime scene. So take a memory dump of your of the computer, where you take an image, a disk image copy. Make sure that you use forensic software so it's a clean copy, not that you're going in and copying and pasting documents onto a CD drive, because already that evidence now you've rendered it inadmissible. Includes hidden and unused areas of the drive when you're copying the drive. So it's a full memory dump and an image of that PC as it is. Label all evidence. Open up a log, which includes what was accessed, when it was accessed, and by who. Then your network analysis, you check any IPS or IDS logs, check your network flow data, firewall logs. Review of your code, you may need to do that. Well, not you, but specifically if that's not your area, but you may, the company may need to bring in people to actually do a software analysis. Check for logic bombs, Trojans, etc. And of course, maintain those relationships with law enforcement. Center for Protection of the National Infrastructure, CPNI, can work with your firm to improve your level of security if it is a firm that is seen to be in the national interest. So as we said, the utility sector. Let's say there'd been an attack against the utility sector, or indeed a company as big as British Gas. It would be in the national interest for the CPNI to actually just help to offer advice, because that is a national company that provides the utilities and the backbone of the UK's utilities or gas.